Messages from the House.
From the House of Representatives, January 25, 2023, message number 136. Mr. President, the following bills passed the House on third reading in an amended form by the votes indicated. House Bill number 2, Town Officers Salary Waiver, ayes 61, excused 1. Message number 137, January 25, 2023. House Bill number 65, 988 Suicide Prevention, ayes 38, noes 23, excused 1. Signed, Katie Talbot, House Chief Clerk.
Thanks, Randy. Senator Baldwin.
Privilege of the floor.
Granted.
Members of the Senate, I think, have a special occasion here today, and I want you all to take notice because there's somebody sitting in front of us who is the newest grandpa in this chamber right now. Mike, our Assistant Chief Clerk, is the newest grandfather to a little boy named Brooks Lee. And it turns out that this baby apparently shares a birthday with Mike's mother. Is that correct? So I think we should all stand up and congratulate Mike on being married.
Here, here. Yeah. Congratulations, how neat. Reports from standing committees.
January 25, 2023. Mr. President, Committee Number 1, Judiciary, to whom was referred Senate File 89, Insurance Coverage for Hearing Aids, respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Cooper, Furphy, Landon, and Schuler. No, Senator Case. Senator Landon, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, we're at that order of business, consideration of bills. That, Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side of Senate File 106, 2023 large project funding, I move for reconsideration. Immediately.
Immediate reconsideration, okay. Senate File 106, the first vote we will have is the vote for reconsideration. Second vote will be back on the bill again. Chief Clerk will call the roll. This is for reconsideration, not for the bill.
For reconsideration. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Beitman? Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Brennan? No. No. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? No. No. Furphy? Aye. Aye. Guru? Aye. Aye. Hicks? No. No. Hutchings? No. No. Ide? No. No. Jones? Aye. Aye. Kinski? Aye. Aye. Kolb? Aye. Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? No. No. McEwen? No. No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. For reconsideration, Senate File 106, 21 aye, 10 no.
We are back on the bill. This is Senate File 106 on reconsideration.
Senate File 106, third reading roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Brennan? No. Case? Aye. Cooper? I. Dockstetter? I. Ellis? I. French? No. Furphy? I. Guru? I. Hicks? I. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? I. Kinski? I. Cole? I. Landon? I. Larson? No. McCune? No. Nethercott? I. Pappas? I. Rothfuss? I. Salazar? No. Schuler? I. Scott? I. Steinmetz? No. President Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 106, 21 aye, 10 no.
Senate File 106 has passed the Senate. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, we're at that order of business, consideration bills on general file.
Mr. President, I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Motion is passed. Senator Larson. Don't leave your phone up there. You will get it back.
Are we on? Your next file for, your next bill for our consideration is Senate File 113. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 113, Architects Practice Act Amendments, sponsored by Senator Pappas, an act relating to professions and occupations. It was referred to Committee Number 6, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Baldwin, Ellis, Guru, Jones, and Schuler. Senator Schuler, Chairman.
You've heard the motion. Oh my, that's the wrong motion. You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Schuler? Oh, my word. It is now.
Senate File 113, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 3, delete.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mine apparently works.
It's on.
Okay, thank you. This bill, Senate File 113, goes into the Architects Practice Act and as it makes some changes that the State Board and members of the American Institute of Architects Wyoming chapter are seeking to make. They've been working on these for the last 2 years. They're fairly simple changes. It makes some changes to bring the act in accordance with some of the national councils, and it also provides for streamlining their business. So With that, I'll walk you through the bill. There's a standing committee amendment, and there is a committee of the whole amendment, and I will explain those. I'll explain what they do, because they're a little confusing. They both need to be passed together in order for it to work. But I'll explain that before I actually move and we pass them. Okay, so let's go to page 2, line 4. When this section of the act was initially written, applicants were seeking approval from the Wyoming State Board to sit for the professional examinations. The current national practice for applicants is to already have completed their examinations. And so all we're doing here is we're saying shall make application for licensure instead of examination. And that a technical correction that needs to be made. Continue on page 2, if you look at lines 8 through 17, this amends Wyoming Statute 33 for 105B Roman 3, and what happens here is the board currently must deny an initial applicant that comes to the state that wants to apply for licensure who does not have an accredited degree. Right now, it's required to have an accredited degree in order to sit for the exam or to even apply for a license. Well, things have changed on the national level, and right now, if someone has already started taking the exam, which you can do online through a Prometrics testing center in another state, you can never then come to the state and apply for a license. Nor the only way you could get a license in Wyoming in that way is either to go to one of the national councils and get what's called a certificate, or you would have to get licensed in that other state and then come through into our state through reciprocity. So what this does, it changes the language so that a person can provide documentation of successful completion, but then it goes on and says an examination or an education alternative with practical experience and examination in accordance with the standards set forth by the National Council of Architectural Registration Boards and the Council of Landscape Architects. So in the past, just for a little history, you were able to get a license without having a professional degree in architecture. My father did that. He had a degree in civil engineering, but he put so many years working in practical experience for an architect that he was able to sit for the exam. And we got away from that many years ago. However, the national councils now, NCARB, which is the National Council of Architectural Registration Boards, and CLARB, the Council for Landscape Architectural Registration Boards, has what's called an alternate path to practice. And there's a broadly experienced architect program, for instance. There are programs for foreign architects. There's many ways that the national councils are allowing people to become licensed without having that actual accredited degree. And so all we're doing now is bringing the law back so that we can accept the architects that are coming to our state with practical experience. And so again, as I mentioned, both NCARB and CLARB provide for these alternate pathways. And so it's not something new. It's something that it's happening all over the country. Not every state has adopted this. Some states are still wanting that accredited degree, but Wyoming, the state board, and the practitioners that are in the association believes that practical experience is is a way to licensure. So that's all this does. It allows for an alternate, alternatives to the professional degree. Okay, and then as we go on, if we turn to page 3, this is where we'll talk about the amendments. The amendments that were made, first of all, if you look at the stricken language in lines 15 through 23, what the board was trying to do here is remove the requirement for mail notification. You'll see that in 15 through 18, and then again in 21 through 23, where it requires certified mail. It's been a very onerous deal for the board. The board has monitored renewal, this renewal process, and 60% of the licensees don't renew until the last 2 weeks of the year, because the licensures expire at the end of the year. So the board is forced to send out these certified letters, and it gets pretty expensive. You know, a staff member takes 4 or 5 days to do it, and it costs nearly $3,500 to the board to send out these letters at nearly $8 a letter. So they want to delete that requirement, and all the practitioners agree. They'd rather get their notice via email anyhow. So what I'd like to do right now is move Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 113. We'll have to pass this, and then we'll have to pass the next one as well, the Committee of the Whole Amendment. But let me tell you what it'll do if we pass both of them. So if you grab your bill, on line 15, strike the words Secretary of the. On line 16, strike by mail at his last known address. On line 21, strike Secretary of the. And on line 21, strike by certified mail at his last, and on line 23, known address. So basically it'll read, the board shall notify each registrant at least 2 months prior to the date of expiration of his license, and provided, however, that the board shall again notify the registrant at least 2 weeks before the expiration. So basically it gets rid of the mail at his last known address. Okay, but we'll have to pass both amendments to do that. So at this point, I would like to, I already moved it. So let's if anybody has any questions on that First Amendment, I'd be glad to take them. If not, I call for the question.
All right. No discussion on that Standing Committee Amendment. You have heard the motion of this on Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 113. Are you all those in favor say aye?
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Standing Committee Amendment number 1 has passed.
Mr. Chairman, may I have Standing Committee Amendment number 2 to Senate File 113 read in, please?
I think it's Committee of the Whole number 1.
Committee of the Whole, excuse me.
Senate File 113, Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, page 3, line 15, in.
Is there any discussion on the Committee of the Whole?
Excuse me, let
Sorry.
me move it, please. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 113 and ask for your favorable consideration. Again, I explained the reason for it, so if there's not any questions, I call for the question.
You've heard the motion on the Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 113. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Committee of Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 113 has been adopted. We're back on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the last change in this bill will be on, if you turn to page 4, line 18 through 23, and it goes on to page 5. I believe it's line 1 through 4. What we're doing here is the board, this gives authority to the board to use its revenue to continue to continue professional education, continuing education offerings. This will aid the board in ensuring that continuing education is available for his licensees to protect the Wyoming consumer. The board is interested in providing this support. It'll be pretty much identical to what we have allowed in the past. This is almost identical language to the Wyoming Board Examiners of Optometry that we previously granted under 3323-114. So they can use up to 1/2 of their annual renewal fees. And again, remember, the renewal fees are paid by the people we're trying to educate in continuing education. They're not paid by the state. So they're fees by the licensees. And so they're asking for that ability to do that. And that also allows them to be able to use them to get federal matching grants. And so if there's not any questions on that, that is the bill, and I hope you look on it favorably.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? If not, I'm ready for question. Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I just want to thank the senator for bringing this bill. I think what got me there in committee was the discussion of how involved the board was in coming up with these recommendations. And I felt very assured that we weren't going to be reducing any of the rigor. Some of the testimony we received that was, instead of maybe having an architectural degree, that a lot of these professionals have engineering backgrounds, engineering degrees. So just wanted to offer that. That's what got me to support this bill. So thanks to the bringer for putting it before us.
Is there any further discussion? Oh. Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm on for this bill as well. I think it's a good bill. I like the lowering the barrier to entry in anything, and this bill does that, and I applaud the good senator for bringing this. Thank you.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to clarify, in my view, that the bill didn't lower any standards. I think that we're finding people with reasonable backgrounds, both working in this profession. So just wanted to make that clarification. I don't believe this waters down the requirements at all.
Senator Pappas.
Okay, and just for clarification, it does reduce barriers to application. It doesn't reduce the requirements for a proper architectural background, whether it's either through practical knowledge or knowledge through school. Those are still rigorous. What it does, it reduces the barrier for applicants to apply to Wyoming. If we didn't do this, they would have to get licensed in another state and then get reciprocity, and that's a barrier. Thank you.
Majority Floor Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, on the new language brought in on page 5, I'm trying to understand. So these are basically licensure fees, but then we call out and say, but they're not licensure fees. They're state fees for the purpose of matching federal dollars. And I'm not saying this hasn't been done by some of the other licensure boards that we have. I've just never seen this provision before. And if we could just get an explanation of how we use private fees by a certification board, the state fees. I think in some sectors that they would consider maybe this is money laundering. I don't know. Is this a standard practice anywhere else?
Senator Pappas.
Mr. Chairman, again, while these fees are paid to the state by licensees, they don't come out of our general fund. The funds reside in our state coffers, obviously, but the funds are not appropriated by us. They're paid by licensees, and the continuing education. There are certain organizations that will make funds available if if the state board provides a matching amount. And so I don't think there's any attempt to launder any money or hide any money or make it a different color, or I don't know what you do when you launder money, but there's no attempt to do that. They can use up to half their fees. They don't have to. If they need it for operation of the board, that's fine. But using it for continuing education is applauded by all people who register, because we have to do continuing education in this state to maintain our licenses. And so that continuing education, the funds would help bring programs to Wyoming to do that. And if we can leverage our dollars from other organizations that want to give us money to do it, that's all this is allowing them to do.
Senator Nethercutt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is certainly customary for professionals to use licensing fees for any purpose they desire. I think it's unusual and reflective of the nature of architects to want to put this in statute as opposed to rule, but they want clear authority to do what they want to do. Many other professions would just have it in their rules that they could use all of the fees for whatever purpose that licensing entity so chooses. And it is very often used to provide continuing education credits for licensure of those professionals.
Is there any other further discussion on the bill? Senator Pappas.
And Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned in my speech, we've done it before to the optometrists, to their board, and I think maybe that's where this board saw it and wanted to put it in statute as well. So it's not unprecedented.
Is there further discussion on the bill? If not, are you ready for the question? Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Schuler's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate file number 113 do pass, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Senate file 113 is passed the committee of the whole. Our next bill for our consideration is Senate file 137. The reading clerk will read the bill. Oh, you need that.
Senate File 137, Subdivisions, Fencing Requirements, sponsored by Senator Steinmetz, an act relating to planning and zoning, was referred to Committee Number 5, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators French, Hicks, Ide, and Steinmetz. No, Senator Kolb. Senator Steinmetz, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator French.
Committee of the whole rises to report. It do so with the recommendation that Senate File 137 do pass, and to explain this good bill, I call on Senator Steinmetz.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we do have a standing committee amendment. I would ask that it is read in at this time, and I will explain it as I explain the bill.
Senate File 137, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 4, line 5, delete.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as promised, this is your new fencing bill that is coming out of your Ag Committee. Obviously, we had to file it a little differently just because our committee didn't meet jointly. And so the bulk of the change of the bill, on page 2, we took the legal fence requirements out of 1128-102. We put those in the bill on page 2 and 3, and just went ahead and delineated them in statute. So without just a reference, we put the whole statute back in there to be more user-friendly for those seeking subdivisions and working in those statutes under Title 18. Then on page 4, we just put put in the part about the subdivider being responsible for all costs of the construction of a perimeter fence. And there in line 4 and 5 on page 4, that is where you see the amendment coming in, just cleaning up that sentence. I read it to you with the amendment in there. Upon completion of the construction of the perimeter fence, the subsequent landowner of the subdivided parcel, if it has not been sold, the subdivider shall be responsible for the costs of maintaining the perimeter fence. So either the landowner or the subdivider is responsible for maintenance of that fence, and they shall not be liable for any damage caused by or arising from livestock pastured on adjoining land that may breach the perimeter fence or wander into the subdivided land. So that's a new addition there. And then subsection C, before receiving a subdivision permit under this article, the subdivider must provide information and evidence of the construction or plans to construct the perimeter fence. So that's basically how we laid that bill right into and made it under the subdivision statutes. We also, on page 6 in section 2, line 6, we repealed 1128-106B, which is subdivisions and perimeter fences in the fencing law in Title 11. And so we think this is a good little cleanup that still encapsulates all the good work of the Ag Committee, the Joint Ag Committee over the interim. So with that, I would move Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 137 and ask for your favorable consideration.
Is there any discussion on the Standing Committee Amendment? Seeing none, you have heard the motion on Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 137. Are you, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 137 has been adopted. Is there any other discussion on the bill? Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at the deleted section 11-28106B. The last sentence in there makes it clear that the adjoining landowner, the livestock producer presumably, is not liable for any damages from the livestock going on to the subdivided land. I see that we have that similar provision for the subdivider. They're not responsible. I'm just wondering if we also, if there's any discussion as to whether or not that was supposed to be, that liability, limited liability is supposed to be transferred for the neighboring producer as well, or what the discussion was about that, because near as I can tell, that was not transferred out of the deleted subsection B, and it was an important part of that subsection for the neighboring livestock producer.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll look into that and get back to you on second reading if we need to add that back in.
Any further discussion on the bill? Question being called. Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I'm following this a little bit. I'm glad we're in this part of the statute, but I'm trying to understand here. It looks to me like if I'm a landowner and I'm next to a livestock operation, and maybe I've been livestock too, but now I do a subdivision. It says the subdivider shall construct or cause to be constructed a fence. What if I already have a fence? Do I have to build a new fence? Help me out here, Mr. Chairman. I raise cats and they don't pay much attention to fences, so help me out.
Is there Senator Steinmetz?
I don't know why you'd have to build another fence if you already have a fence. So this is for new subdivisions that are going in adjacent to ag land. So it's for a new subdivision, a new construction. If there's already a fence, I don't know why they'd have to construct one, because they meet the requirements under the subdivision statutes.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question, and you have to forgive me because I don't know, my computer is updating. But I recognize that the cattle owner is not going to be liable for damage caused on the new subdivided property for any damage that may be caused by the cattle. But will the new subdivided property be liable for loss of that cattle for any injury that it sustains while on the property? So just a question about where the liability goes. Is it both ways or one way? Let's assume the fence isn't up to snuff. Although I think it's identified in statute requiring the subdivider to build a steel post fence or a really, really solid temporary fence for the construction purposes. But just curious about that as we continue to interface with developers and costs of construction and cattle ranching operations.
Senator Hicks.
Well, back to my colleague from Fremont County, by the definition and under the legal fence standard, cats aren't considered livestock, so I don't think that's an issue. So if you're a cat or a dog hoarder, or raiser, or whatever you do, so this has no implications to those cat herders. Specifically to the damage to livestock, it's not called out in the statute. Typically, if there's injury, so if the livestock crawls through the fence and is injured, that landowner is not responsible, that subdivider or that landowner is not responsible for the repairs to that fence associated with it. Consequently, it just comes to reason if they're not liable for the damage to the fence. If it was their livestock that created the injury, they're probably not liable for that injury too. So I don't know of any cases out there where we've had contested situations where somebody's livestock crawled through somebody's fence and then they said, well, you're liable for the damage to my livestock when it crawled through that fence. I think that's the question that was asked. I'm certainly not aware of any case history on that issue, Mr. Chairman, but I'll bet we can find that answer for the good senator before second reading.
Senator Case.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, can we dig into this? Because, you know, there could be two ag producers and then one subdivides, and there's a fence that meets these requirements that's already there. And then in the land that's broken up, they may need fences between the subdivision people, but there's still a fence between the previously unsubdivided land and the existing landowner we're trying to protect. I don't know whose fence that is. It could belong to either one of them. I'm not sure. But what if that fence already meets the requirements? This says the subdivider shall construct or cause to be constructed a perimeter fence on any part of the subdivision that is adjacent to lands upon which livestock can be legally run at large. It doesn't say if there isn't a fence there now, they need to do this. That's basically my point. So maybe there could be an exception to recognize fences that are already in existence that meet the qualifications, irregardless of who owns it. That's another piece that I've got to figure out. You know, who's got the fence, whose fence is it? So help me with that.
Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a little bit of experience in situations like this, not that they're right or wrong or how they work for everybody, but I've got a piece of land that goes right up to a subdivision. I bought it after it was subdivided, the land, and it's ag land. And, you know, the fences were there and everybody has a different fence. You know, every homeowner kind of built their own fence. And what was there when I got it, there was another barbed wire fence on the other side of the developed property there as well. And so that kind of solves a little bit of that problem if the ag operator doesn't want to mess with, you know, the neighboring development and the new landowners, just to put on his own property a barbed wire fence to kind of solve some of those issues. But just a point of information. Thank you.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I've heard in this discussion a couple times that we're a fence-out state, so I looked that up. We are a fence-out state for cattle and buffalo, but we are a fence-in state for sheep. And the thinking there is that the sheep have herders, so they should contain their sheep. So how this fits in with fence-out or fence-in, I don't think is relative, because we're just trying to do a subdivision fence. So, thank you.
President Driscoll.
Chairman, so I'm late coming in as in my office in the meeting, so I may backtrack over some country, but I'm going to give a little history on how I see it from my end. The fence in, fence out's an example of how to look at things, and we have a precedent in Wyoming to fence out, and it's been there. So it's mainly an example, and the example I'm going to give is my ranch. Our family were the first people that came there, and we've been ranching since the 1870s. And we really didn't invite any subdivisions or changes on the property line. It's always been ag-dag, and that's how we've always run. And it's really interesting is ag-dag gets by pretty good. You build decent fences, you keep your stuff in or out, and you work together. Subdivisions work really differently, folks. They show up, their opinion of what's there, and I'm doing this at a very slanted point from my end, is they come in and they build next to you. They're very upset when they see your livestock show up on their property. They're very proud of it. It's usually a smaller piece of property. And it usually causes damage when they're there, because real often it's either, it's not another piece of pasture. When my cattle get out on the neighbor's deal, they might eat some alfalfa or they might eat some grass. But on the neighbor's property, they probably just destroyed lawn. It's equivalent to having a horse on the golf course. They broke some trees off, maybe did some stuff, and all of a sudden they want me to pay for that damage, because my animals damaged it. And they built a fence that works great in a range condition, our legal Wyoming fences, but does not work when you create something that's a attractive nuisance across the fence, which is usually something green and something succulent. And so this bill, in my opinion, really, and it is one side, we say it up front, it's to protect our ag industry so that they can continue to operate without burdensome expenses and lawsuits over what happens with their animals. And I fully understand there's rights both ways, and they get there, but a standard fence that we've got in Wyoming, your legal fence, if you read the definition, it doesn't hold stuff very well. It really does not hold it when you do it against it. And you'll see that even with ag operations. And so this literally says, if you're going to come in and impede on somebody, and you really do, should you create another burden on agriculture? And we all talk about ag, and we think we got preferences and nice things here. But the truth is, they struggle to stay alive. And when somebody comes up for what a guy that comes in and spends $1 million on a house, and he spends $20,000 on a fence, and now he wants you to pay for it when your cows knocked it down, is really a burden, and it's a hard deal. And we're not used to hiring lawyers. And to me, this bill really says, you know, if you want to choose to subdivide against an ag operation, you should be responsible for keeping out what might come in, because you created the burden, not the adjoining landowner. And you should really be responsible for taking care and keeping them out. And if they do get in, because often they don't do a good job of taking care of them, then you shouldn't be liable for that damage they do. And I can tell you firsthand, we got in a almost triple-digit lawsuit over a subdivision piece next to me with goats on haystacks, that they literally had goats climbed over our haystacks and destroyed a huge stack of hay before we got up there in the middle of the winter. And in the end, we were the bad guys. We were terrible, because we didn't have our stacks fenced good enough to keep their goats out. it really is, it's a very personal thing with me. You rarely hear me stand up and do it this way, and I do it with bias. But we didn't invite anybody to come live by us. They're welcome to be there. I've got some really great neighbors that live against me. But I don't feel like it should be my burden to pay for what it costs for them to be there. I ask you bottom of my heart, this is a good bill for agriculture in the state of Wyoming, and it's a fair bill. It actually says if you come in, be a good neighbor, and that's what we're asking, be a good neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll see if I can just bring this fence home. So to the good senator who sits in the corner, I think on page 2, line 2, under A, each subdivider seeking to create a divide or divide a subdivision that is adjacent to lands upon which livestock can legally be run at large shall comply with all of the following. So if we need to add something to that, but I think the bill contemplates that there's not a divide already, but if you think we need to make that a little clearer, we're more than welcome to those thoughts. And so with that, I think that kind of ties things up, and I would call for the question if we're done discussing.
Seeing no others standing to discuss, question has been called. All those in favor of Senator French's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with recommendation that Senate File 137 do pass, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Senate File 137 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 62. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 62, Legislator Healthcare 2, sponsored by the Management Council, an act relating to state employees and officials' group insurance, was referred to Committee Number 2, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Kinski, Nethercott, Salazar. No, Senator Guru. Senator Kinski, Chairman. Was re-referred to Committee Number 2, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass fail in accordance with Senate Rule 5-4. Ayes, Senator Guru. No, Senators Anderson, Kinski, Nethercott, and Salazar. Senator Kinski, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Kinski?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 62. And here for a presentation of this bill from the Management Council, I'm going to defer to Senator Barlow.
Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this is a second, and as I mentioned the other day, 4 bills that came from Management Council of the 66th Legislature for consideration by the 67th Legislature. This bill would allow members of the legislature to be treated as every other state employee and have access to the group health life insurance plan that all state employees have access to. Currently, I'll just walk through the bill quite quickly. You'll see on page 2, currently legislators, members of the legislature are accepted, not allowed to participate in the insurance plan of the state of Wyoming. Going on to page 3, another place where we're not allowed we're not officials for the participation in the plan. So then we have to add a definition of what a member of a legislature is. Of course, it's someone who's serving in office. You can read that language if you so choose. And then on the bottom of page 4, new language that basically talks about legislators being employees on a regular half-time basis, and that being the way we are considered eligible for the program. Section 2 of the bill, ladies and gentlemen, has to do with basically how you set it up. This is not, you will note on the top of page 5, this is the way this bill is drafted. No one in the 67th legislature would be eligible for coverage. The bill will be effective based on the effective date of July 1st, 2023, but none of the legislatures, none of us sitting in this, none of the members of the 67th legislature would be eligible the way it is currently drafted. So the rest of this is just about the implementation of it. Our legislative service office would be the enrolling agent, and then the department that is in charge of the rest of the state employees' insurance would take care of all the rest of the program, including the deduction from your either pay or account should you elect, and I want to be clear, this is you would elect, choose to participate. The other part of this is because we're being considered employees, the legislature would fund the employee portion of this. So while there is not a fiscal note in this, because it is not, it would be dealt with in the next feed bill if we chose to go forth with it. If we don't fund it in the feed bill, obviously, it's not available to legislators, whether it's in law or not. Mr. Chairman, I'd be glad to stand for any questions. Thank you.
Is there any discussion on the bill? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, on and against the bill. Mr. Chairman, this bill is a major step in the efforts that some are making to turn this into a full-time professional legislature. The current circumstance we have, we are supposed to be part-time, and in fact, we really are. And the way our society works, health insurance, you typically get, if you get it through an employer, you get it through your full-time employer. What this bill is saying is we're going to have members whose full-time employer, his principal employer, is going to be the legislature. That is a fundamental change in this institution. There's some real advantages to being a citizen legislator. And we meet for a short time. We do things in a hurry. We do make mistakes at about the same rate that any other legislature makes. And, okay, it's an excuse that we did it in a hurry, so we fix it next time. But the real trouble with this provision is it means there will be people in here whose continued health insurance depends on their getting reelected. And those people are subject to pressures that some of the rest of us are not. One of the advantages of a citizens' legislature is that if we offend some pressure group, some lobby group that wants something they shouldn't ought to have, we tell them no. The worst thing they can do to us is go home and beat us in an election. The citizens' legislature, that's not such a big deal. It means you stay home, tend to business, and earn more money, in the case of most people. And that means you're in a much better position to say no to a special interest group that wants something it should not have. You make this your profession. They beat you in the next election. You've got to go find a new job that will provide you your health insurance. You're motivated to be much more sensitive to the demands of special interest groups. And I think that we serve the people much better as a citizens' legislature that we don't need for our personal occupation, personal earning a living, to be a member here. We're doing this as a public service because we believe in it, because we enjoy it. I would confess to you, I thoroughly enjoy this. But my livelihood does not depend on it. I can stand up to a special interest group and say no when I think they need to be said no to. And this is changing. This is going to get us members for whom this is the principal occupation. And it's part of the effort that I'm seeing that is increasing the amount of time we spend at this, the number of special committees there are, but this is changing the whole dynamic of the legislature. And I think we serve the state much better if we do not have the inducement to serve that providing our health insurance gives us. And I know on occasion we've had members, I've had some counterpart chairman, actually, when I was in the health committee, that didn't have personal health insurance. It was a problem for them. But I'd rather live with that than have the inducement, Mr. Chairman, to make this a full-time professional legislature. So I think this is a profound change in the nature of this institution and takes us down a road that we should not go down on and against the bill.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, on and against the amendment, or the bill, I agree with the tall senator from Bates Creek that this should be a part-time job, not a full-time job. One of the arguments I heard was that if we had this health insurance, it would attract more people to run, and I beg to differ. A part-time insurance policy is not going to make a big attraction for people to run. So on and against this bill.
President Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'll start, and I'm going to stand kind of in opposition to what you just heard a little bit. Folks, read the bill closely. We had no duties. We had no committees. We don't add anything that changes what we do today. As far as moving down a path towards more work for legislators, with or without health care, that's happened without it. And it's unequivocally changed since I've been here. There's no doubt it's gone that route. I'll make a bit of a disclaimer. Regardless this passes or not, I won't be back to claim it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't count. But as I look through this body, I look at a lot of old county commissioners out here, a whole bunch of them. Every county commission in the state of Wyoming offers health insurance. And the arguments we've just heard, I've never seen play true, that somebody lobbies them or pushes them because they do or don't have health insurance. But what health insurance does do, look up and down the rows, look at the age of the body here. Tell me how many young people you see. How many people with kids? What you'll see is people who work for big companies, people that own their own businesses that are big enough to provide health insurance, people that work for the government. If you want more government in your legislature, more school teachers, and this, I'll catch some heat for saying this, more school teachers, more government employees, more people that work for big companies. Make it where you have to do it this way. I'm going to tell you, as a rancher, there's one reason I'm standing in front of you. My wife spent a career with the post office, and I have health insurance. If it wasn't for that, I don't make enough money to be in this body. It makes a difference. Health insurance on a young family is often $20,000, $30,000 a year, and it doesn't make the difference that they're a legislator, folks. It matters whether they can be here or not. And I look out on my friends, and I'm looking out on a bunch of successful guys that have done well in their lives. But could you have done it when you were 30, 35? Folks, we need some young people. We need some people that are from some different areas than what you're used to looking at. And I'm going to tell you, from my end, I'm in favor of it. And I'm not in favor of it because it favors me, doesn't favor friends of mine. It brings what we want to the legislature, which is a broad swath of different people, Mr. Chairman, to look at that are not exactly the same old thing you've always thought about. So like I say, as I look through here, I see government people, military people, school teachers, people that work for the deal, and people that have been really successful. What I don't see is any of the people that don't fit in those classes. I'm one of the ones who'd like to see some of them here. And I don't think it changes the workload. This bill doesn't say anything about we're gonna add more time, we're gonna move to a deal. I haven't seen it wreck any county commissioners, and that's the example I use is my county commissioners meet 2 days a month, a lot less than the legislature does. They get health insurance while they're serving. Why in the world don't we treat our body fairly for the people that it may make the difference or not, that you get to hear a different voice in here? If you're scared of that different voice, I encourage you to vote against it, because you'll continue to have what you see out here. It will stay, because the younger folks can't get here, and neither can the ones that don't have a full pot. No, I don't sound like much of a Republican on this one. The cost is de minimis to the state. The value is pretty high when you look at having that diversity of voice in this body.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I really appreciate the dialogue, debate, just well stated on all fronts. I don't want to argue with any of the three senators. I did want to just pass along a little bit of history. It must have been maybe 5 or 6 years ago that I stood in this body, Mr. Chairman, and something had just kind of been bothering me, and it was really the thought that, what if in all this work that we do and all these miles that we put in, what if one of us runs off the road and doesn't come back from that wreck? That's the question that I posed. And it's a small piece of this bill, I admit, but I think that's in part what spawned this idea of, well, at that time, nothing. I mean, and still, today, nothing. If you run off the road, I hope that maybe your family will get a card from somebody here in the state capitol, but you certainly don't have any sort of insurance at all. And just given all the miles that we put in, I just suggested that we may want to look at that. I don't know what the benefit is on the life insurance piece. It's not a lot, Mr. Chairman, I don't think. We'd have to look that up. But I do think that it might have an opportunity to benefit one of our legislators, God forbid, if some tragedy happened while we were trying to do the state's work. You know, at least there'd be a little bit of a stipend for your family. For that little piece of it, I'm likely to support it. I'm not voting for myself here. I'm voting for future legislators. And like the president said, I don't think it really costs us very much. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? If not, are you ready for the question? Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Kinski's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with recommendation that Senate File 62 do pass, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Chair is in doubt. Will stand. Those in favor, please stand. Those opposed, please stand. Pursuant to Senate Rule 6.5, the bill having failed the voice vote, we did the standing vote. The vote was 12-4, 18 opposed. Having failed the standing division vote, a roll call vote is required. The chief clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. What bill did you say? I thought you said 65. I think it's 62.
If I did say 65, I meant 62. Senate File 62. Do I need to turn that on?
Roll call vote, Senate File 62. Anderson? No. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Whitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? No. Dockstetter? No. Ellis? No. French? No. Furphy? No. Baru? Aye. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Kinsky? No. Cole? No. Landon?
No.
No. Larson? No. McCune? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss?
Aye.
Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. President Driscoll? Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 62, 9 aye, 22 no.
Thank you. Pursuant to Senate Rule 65, Senate File 62, having failed a roll call vote, is indefinitely postponed. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 136. Majority Floor Leader. Yes.
So my colleague from Natrona County had talked about the life insurance part. That was one of the things that I was most curious of. And a couple of years ago, we had an incident where somebody, my recollection is they broke their leg going down the stairs, and it was pretty severe. So, you know, you're in the active of your duty at that point in time. So the legislature did, as long as you're, and I'll get clarification on this, but I've got an email from staff here, and I'll share that. When you're in your active capacity as duty as a legislature, you are covered under workman's comp. But because we get just a very small amount of salary, it's not a lot. I asked him, you know, what would you get under a scenario of accidental death in the performance of your duty? And it's pretty minimal. It might cover your funeral, and there is some minor spousal benefits and children there. I'll get that information out to you. There's one component out there that if you fall down and you're severely injured or you're driving, you do have some workman's comp covered under that, and I'll get that out there for your own edification. So.
Vice President Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Privilege of the floor.
Yes.
Folks, I'd like to take just a couple minutes and update you on the goldenrod. It's always a highlight of every legislative session, I know. And it's just a few things that I wanted to show you. So coming as of October, you've heard and read that we had a $1.76 billion surplus, and that's in our general fund and our school foundation program combined. So let me show you where to find the 1.676 billion. First, with respect to the general fund, go to page 3, line 34. And it says transfer to from BRA budget bill. That is actually the amount available to spend out of the general fund. The title is odd, but this is what's available to spend general fund out of the LISRA. So you'll see on column J, that started at 912 million. Excuse me, did I just miss it? Excuse me, I'm back on page 3, line 34. Column J, 912 million available to spend. The School Foundation Program, go to page 4, line 45, column J. Page 4, line 45, column J. You'll see 950 million, from which we have to subtract 100 million, which is the minimum cash balance we keep, for a total available of 850 million. 850 million plus the 912 gets you to the 176 billion. So those are where that number comes from. And I wish this goldenrod were easier, and if I get any hard questions, I'll fold instantly like a cheap suit. The other one that this staff always calls it the most important number to watch is on page 3, line 34 again. So on line 34, you'll see column J, the 912 million we just looked at. And then column P is 154 million. That's what's available to spend. So the 912, after the governor's budget, after JAC massaged it, after money went into savings, the reserve accounts rather than permanent, there's 154 million available to spend. That will fluctuate up and down depending on whether we increase revenues, decrease revenues, we cut spending, increase spending. The other page that's a good one to keep an eye on is just all of page 2. And so you'll see it's broken up into revenues starting on line 8 and appropriations and transfers starting on line 25. So revenues will fluctuate up and down as we either increase revenues or we cut revenues. So if we pass a bill here that reduces the property tax, it will show up under revenues. And then line 25, appropriations and transfers, you see a series of bills that are there, and you will see that list of bills continue to grow. These are all the bills that have spending in them that have passed committee of the whole. So the transfers and appropriations column reflects action by the governor, action by joint appropriation committee, and then action by the House and Senate once the bill has cleared the committee of the whole. If it subsequently fails, it'll be crossed off this list. So to go down there, you can see, let's see where we have that. Line, it's hard to line these things up. Line 31 is the budget bill, 441 million. That's us, the governor, and JAC. Line 44 is local government. That again was the governor and JAC. And then line 51 is state-funded capital construction, 202 million. The rest of these bills you can see, you've seen them on the floor. Senate File line 45, Senate File 35, school crosswalks, $10 million. That passed committee of the whole. 46, Wyoming National Guard medical insurance premiums, $10,000, and so forth. So this will come out periodically, and you can see the impact of bills in both the House and the Senate, because it's more than just the budget. It's collectively, we appropriate money throughout these bills as we go. So that's just kind of a brief walkthrough of the goldenrod. We will get this periodically through the session, and I will update you on the session. And I want to assure you that this goldenrod talk is quite possibly the most mercifully short I've ever heard in my time in the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice President. All right. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 136. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 136, Property Tax Relief Assessment Rate Reduction, sponsored by Senator Beitman, an act relating to taxation, was referred to Committee Number 3, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Beitman, French, Ide, and McEwen. No, Senator Pappas. Senator Beitman, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Beitman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I move that when the committee of the whole rise and report it, do so with a due pass recommendation of Senate File 136, property tax relief assessment rate reduction. And as a sponsor of the bill, I'll go ahead and take this one and walk you through the bill, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, and Chairman, this is culmination of what the voters sent us down here to do. This is one of the hottest issues on the campaign trail last election cycle was property taxes. What are you going to do about our property taxes? Well, you've seen some different ideas come through this body already. There'll be more. This one does not take a constitutional amendment. This one is constitutional. It does not cap fair market value. It is simply uses a tool that the Constitution provides the legislature to adjust the assessment rate. Completely constitutional lever that's never been pulled since 1986, I believe, when this was first implemented. So something the legislature may have forgotten they could do to provide relief one way or the other. If times are good, they can maybe throttle that back. If times are bad, maybe they can bump it up a little bit just so the counties and our government can function properly. You just heard from the good vice president and the chairman of appropriations that we're sitting on a $1.6 billion surplus. We have taken in more money than is needed to fund our government. That is the people's money. A lot of that money came through property taxes, hence the need for this bill. So this bill is giving back some, not all, just a small portion of the major increase we've seen over and beyond what Craig has forecasted for property tax revenue. So how did I get, I'll walk you through the bill. This is close to one-page bill as you're going to get. On page 2 of the bill is the heart of the bill. Goes into that 3913-103, the imposition and the basis of tax, which allows us to adjust one of the three or all three of the different classifications of property. This bill addresses item C, which is the all other real and personal property that we've talked a lot about already this session. Takes it from 9.5%, which is where it's been forever, drops it down to 7.5%. That percentage amount, I came to that, again, I asked LSO to give me the number that was above and beyond what Craig forecasted. Give me that total dollar amount, and what would the percentage cut have to be to make people whole, but not cut into what we've already, what we planned on, what we budgeted for. So that's where the 2% comes in. Now I'll tell you about where we've gone in the last, say 3 or 4 years on assessed valuations in the state of Wyoming. In 2019, the total for this all other category in assessed valuations was $7,812,802,000 and change. 2022, that number jumped up to $10,608,181,000 and change, for an increase of $2.8 billion. $2.8 billion in 3 years. That's how much your assessed valuations have gone up in the state. It's a 36% increase. That's why you're hearing from your constituents. That's why we're desperately trying to find solutions to this problem. This is probably the easiest solution and one of the most immediate solutions we can apply to this problem without doing structural tax reform, without doing a constitutional amendment, which takes time. This would, if you see on page 3 of your bill, this becomes effective January 1st, 2024. So it applies for that tax year. It won't apply for the 2023 tax year, but it'll be in place for the next tax year. So the people of Wyoming will get tax relief if this were to pass in 2024. A lot sooner than what it'd take if we tried to do a constitutional amendment, or we tried to institute a cap, or we tried to go fair market or like a Prop 13 style system. This is the most immediate. This can be done by the 67th legislature, but could be undone by the 68th with a simple one-page bill like this. If times go bad and we need to ratchet that up again, we certainly could do that, or our people that come after us can certainly do that. So, Mr. Chairman,
It's a pretty straightforward bill. It's a policy choice. But so far, we haven't really addressed the root of the problem here, and that is the one side of the equation. We can't really do much about fair market value constitutionally, but we can do something about the rate of assessment. And this is just a proportional change, and I'll stand for any questions.
Senator Kinsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to pick up with my co-sponsor where he left off. I'm for property tax relief. My great fear of this session is that there are so many property tax relief bills that we may fail just to single one out of the herd, and that's the one that we ride. This is the bill to ride. I have worked on a number of different approaches, and they all look easy until you get down to the details. And there's one bill I was really proud of, and it flamed out. So I was talking to the Buffalo City Council. Former Representative Mike Madden is now on the Buffalo Town Council. And he's as irascible as ever. And he says, let me tell you how to do this. Just lower the percentage of the assessed value and then everybody gets a break. You just lower it by the amount that you think the taxes have gone up unjustified. And I thought, well, thank you. I mean, that's just so simple. It has to be, it's got to be a PhD that can come up with something so simple. So the number comes from, picking up where my colleague left off, if you say to LSO, what did we expect in property taxes plus inflation, residential, and what did we actually collect? The difference is that run up in property values. I mean, I think, state should get at least as much as it did, and inflation, that seems fair. So that's where the number comes from, backing the assessment on all other property, real and personal, which is where your residential resides. So let's go to the fiscal note. So what this does, at the top, you see non-administrative impact. So you have an anticipated revenue decrease. In the school foundation fund, the 12 mil levy of $30 million initially, and then the ad valorem tax going to local taxing entities, $58 million. So then the non-administrative impact on the other end is it costs $78 million that we have to make up in the state guarantee to the school districts, because otherwise the property tax would pay for that. So that's the real cost, as I understand it from staff, is $78 million, which is roughly what we estimate property taxes went up and above and beyond what inflation would be over what we expected to collect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm curious where this property tax money goes. I don't think this is a state revenue. I think it's a county revenue, and all the entities within the county get their mill levies off of that, whether it's a hospital district or the irrigation district or whatever it is that's getting mill levies. I think they all get money off the property taxes, but I'm not sure that the state gets any money off the property taxes. So maybe if somebody could clear that up for me. Thank you.
Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity to talk about this. We certainly have looked at this in the past revenue committees, and it's definitely, I agree with the sponsor that it is a tool that is available to us. It's constitutional. It's constitutional because the Constitution provides for this very thing. You should recall that in the Constitution, we tax minerals at full value. It's 100%. That's on production. We tax industrial property at 11.5%. And we currently tax all other property, including ag, residential, commercial, all personal property, personal business property, I might add, at 9.5%. The relationship between those three levels of taxation are specified in the Constitution, at least between the industrial property and all other property. it says we've got to be within 4 points, 4 percentage points of each other, so that we cannot, with the industrial property at 11.5%, you can subtract up to 4, no more than 4 unless we change the Constitution. Magic number of 7.5% falls out. That's as far as down as you can go. There's that relationship in the Constitution. It probably has a purpose. They sort of have all the taxpayers keeping an eye on each other and making sure that everybody has their oars in the water and they're rowing. This is a very dramatic step in the sense that it doesn't just carve out the residential folks and give them a break, because that's the people we've really heard about. And we had in committee, we had a member here now, a new member, speak to the committee about giving some relief for commercial property too. But Mr. Chairman, the fiscal notes are significant. 2024 is tax year 2024 would be 167, almost $170 million. $174 million for tax year 2025. So if I thought that the state of Wyoming was going to be in great financial shape for the next decade, I might seriously consider doing this. And I would probably seriously consider lowering the tax rate on industrial property and the tax rate possibly even on minerals, if I thought we were going to be in very great shape for the next decade. I'm not convinced of that. And let me tell you a couple reasons why. First off, let's talk about global warming. We may not want to talk about it in here, but people all over the world are talking about it. And they pass policies that are implementing changes to how fossil fuels are consumed and how much they are. That's really going to impact Wyoming as that ratchets us down. So I used to stand here and say, does anybody think that half the new cars in 10 years will be electric? I think that's pretty sure thing. Probably a good choice. There are major car manufacturers that are talking about half of their sales within 5 years being all electric. That's huge. We've talked about the grid and renewables approaching the grid. We've talked about a nuclear future. We've talked about natural gas. And yes, I think natural gas will be used more in the grid going forward. There's really no other choice that's dispatchable. And Wyoming has wonderful gas. We're not the only people that have gas. And gas is desirable closer to where it needs to be consumed. So is our gas production going to go up in response to global warming? I don't know. We know the coal production will go down. Those plants are dialed in, and we may have efforts to save the plants in Wyoming, but the best plans on the table are saving a fraction of the fleets. So the big one by, for example, Rocky Mountain Power's, the very large utility in Wyoming that owns the plant over by Rock Springs, the biggest plant in the state and one of the biggest in the West, has talked only about saving 2 of those 5 or 4 units by converting them to natural gas. Other plants in other states, they're going away. Most coal that's mined in Wyoming goes to those other plants. No coal that's mined in Wyoming goes to anything but power production. And those plants that use that coal, those unit trains, they're going away. All this puts pressure on our revenues because this property class is nothing compared to the contribution of minerals to our bottom line. And in a world where we're looking at the future and we're saying, what's going to happen in the next 10 years to Wyoming revenues? Can we really say that we can afford to do this? and especially with things that are happening in the mineral industry. What does it look like, Mr. Chairman, to run this thing with your foot either on the brake or on the accelerator full to the floor? That's kind of what this is about. 2 years, when this temporary funding runs out, there's definitely a worldwide demand for minerals. There's a war in Europe. We didn't think that. In 2020, we left here, there were negative oil prices. Unbelievable. We had the bleakest look you could imagine. If we would have done this, then we wouldn't have 167 million in the 1 year and 174 in the other year. We all know how we got out of this. Definitely the war helped, and also our federal government being irresponsible with respect to money and passing stimulation for individuals, for governments. And we've got $1 billion in that we're trying to figure out what to do with right now. Do you think it's going to last, Mr. Chairman? Do you think that the federal government windfall is going to be able to last? I don't. You can't run the state by either having your foot on the gas pedal, which is what is proposed if we need money in 2 years, or on the brake, which is what is happening right now. We need a sound, level policy to be able to attract business in the future. They care more about stability in tax rates than anything else. It's very important to them. But when Wyoming, you look at the residential property taxes and other property taxes in Wyoming, lowest individual burden in the country. I'm not sugarcoating that there have been dramatic increases in the past year or so. But I don't know if you've heard, but they raised a couple of interest rates, which are slowing the housing market. Will that make a difference for the ultra-rich that seek solitude, sitting in their hot tub on a $1 billion house? I don't know whether that'll affect them or not. But I know that this is bad policy. It's the state government, Mr. Chairman, looking at all our local government partners that depend on these revenues. Property taxes do not support state things. They support local things, including mainly the schools. And when those revenues are down, local governments suffer. You can just dial it through. County governments get 12 mills. City governments get 8 mills. You got special districts. You got school districts, which get most of it. You got colleges, BOCES, all of which will have their revenues cut. And all of which in the end takes a tax structure that is biased against the mineral industry, where we've complained that the mineral industry is asked to carry so much freight, and it makes it more unbalanced. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Salzar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to get back to constituents who are the people who are really suffering. You know, some of us have town hall meetings. I had a number last year. The number one issue was property taxes. And so many of my rural folks are suffering and having to choose between selling their home because they can't afford their taxes, or paying the incredible increase in the assessments. Now, if you look at the general file, I have Senate File 125 coming up, and I will tell you right now that this bill is a heck of a lot better than my bill. And I haven't said that before, but I will today. This bill is better. And I completely agree with the chairman of appropriations. I have the same worry. There's so many of these bills for property tax relief that I'm afraid we may not leave here with anything. In my opinion, this is the mechanism. Better than Senate File 125, which has my name on it. And at the end of the day, We have to provide tax relief for our constituents, in my opinion. And this is the best mechanism. This is something that I can stand up and support and go home and say, I tried. And to so many of those constituents of ours who are suffering financially, this is the mechanism. This is the bill that I believe we should rally around. And I know that my constituents in Fremont County will appreciate at least my single vote that I tried to help them.
Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I stand in kind of in the same position as the good senator from the large part of Sweetwater County in the day, over the hill in the South Pass area. In so much as there's an opportunity that we have here in front of us, and it's a big choice. The competing interests are, immediate relief compared to, frankly, long-term investment. What I do know is this state is on a roller coaster ride, goes up, goes down. I mean, look at the fate of what has happened just in a few years. Now we're flush with money. And what do we do with this excess money? Well, I look towards the future. I think the best play in my mind is to responsibly invest said extra revenue for the sole purpose of not having a state income tax. Because if we spend ourselves into oblivion and we squander an opportunity to invest in the future of the state, which will yield, I'm sure, billions in extra revenue in the future in a long-term investment scenario. We have a current situation that is odd, that we have this kind of choice. And I don't, sit here in judgment upon anyone's personal choice, but for me, for when I go back to my constituents, I want to tell them I looked into the future. And I wanted to say in 10 years from now, this will yield monies that we'll never see. And this opportunity, I'm afraid, is probably once in my lifetime that I have a choice like this as a legislator in the year 2023 to do something of this magnitude. And I will resist the cries to throw away money in a situation that is temporary for the sake of the future of the state and the future of investment and for my grandkids and yours. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to belabor this. I've sat on the committee, Revenue Committee, looking at a lot of the myriad of property tax relief bills, and there's a lot of them, and they're all good, meaningful bills. Everybody's trying to help their constituents, and that's admirable. This bill is the best one I've seen. It's simple. It can be changed with statute. Everybody in this body is here or has heard from their constituents on property taxes. And I think this is to comment on the good senator from County 3 behind me. I would ditto the comment on this is the horse we need to ride. Thank you.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the bringers of this bill, and I think it is by far the cleanest of what we've seen. I think what my uneasiness is, just a few years ago, the headlines that we'd see in the paper would go something like this: Wyoming's K-12 education, school foundation program, and school capital construction account are facing a $300 million annual structural deficit. And that is a number I have tucked away in my pocket, and I've been talking to people in my constituency for years. This body has faced a number of cuts in the school foundation program. Many of those I've supported. I remember one year where we talked about 40 million, and I remember how that discussion went in this chamber. There's some really tough things that will happen, and so I just want us to be really thoughtful that that deficit isn't going to go away. We do have this one-time money that's available to us now, but what happens after that goes away? And 2024, a lot of our districts have relied on substantial amounts of extra money that were provided through federal funds related to COVID relief. When I look at my district and when I look at all the K through 12 spending in general, friends, we're marching to a huge cliff. We haven't had the conversation about cutting the school foundation program in a while. We've had talks about maybe not increasing regional costs, external cost adjustments, those kinds of things. But I remember those discussions we had in here when we talked about real cuts to education, and they're hard. They're really hard. So that's my struggle, Mr. Chairman. You know, it isn't today. Today we're flush on cash, and boy, this would feel good to go home and tell my constituents, look what we did. But my concern is one in the future when we are facing a real cliff. And maybe I'm missing something, but I haven't seen anything rolling around these chambers that would address that cliff that we're facing when it comes to how we're going to provide K through 12 revenue. So I'm not neither for nor against. I appreciate the bill at this point, but I think we do need to be thoughtful about how we're going to tackle K through 12 in the future as it relates to this bill.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to speak on or for the bill. I just want to make sure that everybody makes a good informed decision when you do this. And I'll say my concerns is having been here for a long time and listening to our budget and fiscal staff, and I can remember coming back down here in 2014 and we had to cut 6% in the interim. And then in 2019, we slashed it again. And the reason that happens, Mr. Chairman, is because we've got the most volatile stream of revenue that we've ever had. I remember 2016, Bighorn Basin crude oil, no sale, could not even sell it. And so when we look at a point in time, which we have now as a rapid escalation in property values, and I'm very sensitive to that, it's a point in time. Smooth that out over 5 years or 10 years and see what that does. And it's the same thing if we go and we implement this. We need to look at the impacts not today or tomorrow. What's that do 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years out? We do this thing called the white rod and gives us an idea what 2 bienniums out, the impact of the decisions you make today. Now, nobody can forecast what coal and oil or gas or anything else is going to be. But I would tell you our consensus revenue estimating group has been in the most volatile years, they were off 10%. And they're very conservative in estimating revenues. So they're plus and minus. The worst that they've ever been off is about 10% once you smooth that over a biennium. And the reason I think this is important, and I think it talks to, there's different thought processes right now. Give them a tax relief. You know, I know we've looked at rate holidays and all these things, but you make a one-time decision based on one data point, and I'm suggesting that you may not be making the most informed decision. Our treasurer's office did a thing a few years ago, and they did what they call a Sharpe ratio that looks at your risk analysis based on your revenue stream. You look at any stock, they'll have a Sharpe ratio on there, and it's a risk versus how much revenue that generates. And so they looked at all 50 states, and they come back and said, Wyoming, you're in really deep trouble, because confirm what our staff has been telling us for years. You've got the most volatile stream of revenue. Number 3 in the nation as far as volatility. It means that we got a hell of a lot of risk in our budget, folks. Those revenues may not show up. That's what that Sharpe ratio says. You're at a high risk that you may or may not get those revenues. And so when I look at this bill, I think it does a few good things, and I think it does some things that could do some long-term lasting damage. Because like my colleague from Cheyenne a few years ago, we were looking at every tax increase, sales tax, corporate taxes, property taxes, every tax. That was 2 bienniums ago. We're having knockdown, drag out fights down here. And we cut government. We cut government on COVID when our economy collapsed $600 million. We cut $1 billion from the height of what we spent in 2012, and by the time we are a decade later, we're $1 billion left in general fund. I don't know what the right answer is this property tax. I just want you to make sure the decisions you make today are gonna have consequences. And so the alternative is to say, let's look at a 1 point time and make a decision that's gonna have long-lasting implications, or look at this and figure out how we smooth this out, and what are the other alternatives. And I'm kind of inclined to say, if we do this, we need to sunset it and come back and look at it again, because I can guarantee you in 2 years, things could be dramatically different. Dramatically different. My colleague that works in the oil and gas industry, everybody knows what commodity prices have done. The yo-yo string. Or you can do the scenario that my colleague from Sweetwater County said, it's a one-time windfall. Make strong, good investments in that so it generates revenue off those investments, so you don't back here doing tax increases because of this and this and this. So can we smooth it? Moving forward, is that a tax increase or a tax decrease? I'm not gonna tell anybody's gonna make their decision, but the decision you make on this bill, as it sits right now, you may be back here in 2 years saying, how are we gonna fund education? How are we gonna fund our highway department? How are we gonna fund all these other things? That's the basic fundamentals. And we're gonna cut them, and you still may get to the point where you just can't do that. And so I'm neither on or for the bill. I'm struggling with this bill because as an appropriator and somebody that's been here a long time and went through this boom and bust cycle, it's pretty damn hard to go back home and tell them senior citizens we're shutting down your senior centers, folks. Pretty damn hard. Oh, local government distributions. No more local government distributions. We fought that fight. None of that 105 million. We don't have the money. Just be aware what you do today is going to make a big impact on what happens 2, 3, and 4 years out.
Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I needed to get up because I have short-term memory problems, and that's a lot of stuff I have to deal with. And if anybody else stands up, I'm not going to answer anybody's questions. So, you scared yet, Mr. Chairman? A lot of fear being thrown out there. A lot of what ifs. A lot of the sky is going to fall if we do this. Happens every time we talk about giving money back to the people. It's the hardest thing to do in this body. To cut taxes. Hardest thing to do. We can spend money like it's going out of style. We've got that covered. You just heard about a $200 million CapCon bill coming down the pike. 200 million, this doesn't even come close to 200 million, Mr. Chairman. This is a cut in the rate of growth. We have this fight every time we cut the rate of growth of K-12 funding. It's not an actual cut, Mr. Chairman, it's a cut in the rate of growth. Think about your house and what it was, the fair market value of it was back in the 90s. Think about what it was in the 2000s, Mr. Chairman. Think about what it is now. It's gone up, and it'll continue to go up. Fair market value of our homes are going to keep going up. We had a housing bust nationwide in what, 2008? Sheridan County, it flattened out, but the housing prices never collapsed. We hit a floor for a while, and then they just kept going back up, 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 and up. If we lower the rate of assessment, you're just taking a smaller percentage of an even larger number, Mr. Chairman. That number is going to get larger and larger and larger and larger. So the only way you're going to provide any kind of relief to people is to lower that assessment rate. We can do that. We can adjust it. When's the last time fair market value of homes, all other property, has actually decreased over time? It hasn't. To answer some questions about the minerals, we've heard about minerals. Back in 2019, the total assessed valuation for the minerals category was $11.34 billion. 2022, minerals, total assessed valuation, $11.9 billion. That's during the time when oil went to zero. It all averages out.
Mr. Chairman. And let's compare apples to apples. Let's talk about, we talked about production of coal and production of oil and the royal, all that kind of stuff. This is talking about ag, residential, and commercial property and how much we're going to take from people. Mr. Chairman, we've taken more than we need. I'm trying to give that money back and not hurt anybody. This isn't going to hurt anybody. This is a cut in the rate of growth. There's still more coming in than we need. It's not going to break the backs of the county governments. They're fully funded. We've passed the appropriations bill. We're halfway through the biennium. We're working on a supplemental because we have too much money. And it's up to us to figure out what to do with it. Are we going to spend it? Are we going to save it? We're going to give any kind of tax relief to our citizens. Those are the policy choices. Let's not act out of fear. Let's not just not do anything because we're afraid. We can do this. Sky's not going to fall. We have plenty of money. This is absolutely something that's constitutional. It's easy to fix. It's easy to adjust if we get it wrong. We can come back in 2 years, 4 years, 6 years and fix it. If it needs to go back up, we can bring it back up. It's an easy fix. So I'll take some more questions, but I just want to get those out of the way first, and we'll keep them coming.
Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Boy, it's a tough one for me, I tell you. I've been in these halls talking about property taxes for a long time. My community's been ravaged by taxes. People, and we talked about it yesterday, people who get hurt the most can least afford to pay, and I think we're trying to address that, and I really appreciate the body taking a good, hard look at that. I really do. We had a good debate about it yesterday. But I got to tell you what, good bringer of this bill, I think is right. I'm on and for it. And I live in a district with some of the most wealthy people in this state who are going to reap a great reward based on this. People who just a few years ago told me, I moved here from New Jersey and what I saved on property tax and income tax, bought the house, and what I'm saving on new property taxes and stuff, paid for the land. And now those same people have been calling me saying, my taxes are too high. You're going to have to do something. And so, it's a little bit of, kind of so, well, why don't you sell your house for half the price? Your taxes will go down 50%. And then they say, oh, smart ass, huh? They vote for you. Anyway, so I try to understand all this and but I'll tell you what, working people, and there are a lot of them who live in my community, desperately need this. Is this the right way to do it? I don't know. Does it have consequences? Yes, it does. Will we have to deal with them? I disagree with my good friend from Sheridan County at one point. I think it's a lot harder to raise taxes than lower them. I think lowering them is pretty easy. I haven't signed any pledges or anything, but I know how tough it is. I'm the last guy who brought a property tax increase to this floor, and I tell you what, it wasn't easy to pass. So I know how tough that is, but I do stand with him today, and I stand with folks who say, this is how serious this problem is. We need to do something, and I do agree. I think this is about the best proposal I've seen. And yes, I think it does have some ramifications, but I think we'll just have to deal with that as we take it, Mr. Chairman. I'm voting aye. Appreciate you would too. Thanks.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I will confess I'm torn by this issue. It's a very creative proposal. Went into our Constitution, said, what can we do? And this is clearly constitutional. It's not carving out the people that need it most, but it's taking care of everybody. And that is more expensive. And it does focus on the property tax. And we all know that particularly with homes and city lots and things like that, that those have gone up a lot faster than the inflation. And those taxes, we're gradually distorting our system and putting more tax burden on the homeowners in particular. But also, I think this covers the small businesses, the commercial, as well. So it has a broad coverage. Now, the downside is very clear. We have very, very volatile revenue sources. I've been here through 3 or 4 busts now. I can remember the long one in the 1980s, early 1990s. We passed a sales tax increase of a penny. And it's still there. We did that, and it wasn't that hard to do because we absolutely had to do it or we're going to have a catastrophe. What I think there may be some virtue in the suggestion of a sunset date, 3 or 4 years out, 4 years out maybe, where if this proves something we can't live with long term, we have that opportunity to back it off, because that's a lot easier to make work than having to start a tax increase bill all over again. That might have some virtue. But this one, what I guess the real message I want to say to the Senate is, if you vote for this and we pass it, we're going to have to take some steps in the way we're spending money. We won't be able to afford the palaces we've been building in schools. We're going to have to do something about school capital construction. It's been out of control. We're going to have to not fund some other nice to have, good idea things. You can't vote for this and vote for all the pork barrel spending that might be available. You're going to vote for this, you're going to need to be conservative on those other things, because we won't be able to afford them long term. So I think we probably ought to carry it through the 3rd reading. I think I may well be an aye on 3rd reading. I need to be convinced. I think as I add this up, you're talking about 167 million, about hit a year to the governmental revenues, if there's not double counting in the fiscal note, and I don't think there is. That's a significant hit. That is going to require us to be economical, because we are at the peak of a boom. And we'll be back here in a year or 2 when things will not be as rosy as they are today. So it's a very creative bill. It's one we've got to take very seriously. But it does mean that if we go for this kind of tax increase, you can't spend it too. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Driscoll, or President Driscoll, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Great remarks from Bates Creek. I resemble the same. I can tell you, I'm torn and it's tough. We're at a time of surplus, no doubt about it. So in the 12 years I've been in here, been through 3 $800 million $1 billion shortfalls and at least $2 billion plus surpluses. We follow the same path almost every time. And years ago, let me go back ahead of my time, back to the good senator from Bates Creek. They started doing exemption on taxes. We got rid of grocery tax. We did a bunch of exemptions. We talk about we can undo this pretty easily. Guess how many of those we've undone in the last 20 years? 1. We got rid of the railroad rolling car tax, and we've put it on and off twice. Past that, we're at $100 and some million. We're talking about money, our money. This is our money. Is it your money? It's mineral money, folks. The state, other people pay $33,000 and you pay about $3,000. That's the facts. That is your money. But primarily, it's my grandkids' money, my great-grandkids. It's mineral wealth. It's not anything I created. It's not anything you created. And I'm not here to tell you do it or don't do it. But I am here to tell you that the mineral train's not going to stay here forever. And we got to look at it. So I'm going to tell you a little bit what other states pay, because I pulled it up. We're in the bottom 10, even with where we're at now. So if you live in Wyoming, $200,000 house, and I realize that isn't much anymore, so go ahead and double it if you'd like to. $1,300 in Wyoming taxes. Utah, $1,362. Idaho, $1,492. Montana, $1,818. North Dakota, $2,138. South Dakota, $2,587. Nebraska, $3,754. That's our future, folks. As the minerals wind down, that's where we're going. And I'm going to ask each one of you to look. I live in a house that's about a $300,000 house. My taxes have gone up about $500. Can I afford that? Has inflation changed what I've made in the last 10 years? And the answer is government has inflation as well, folks. Doesn't matter if it's education, running this building, the lights in it, everything else. So if you think that we need to just shut the lights off or change it, it's there. I'm going to vote for this on introduction. I'm going to look at it. But I'm also going to ask you to take a look at who the really big beneficiaries are. So if you're a minimum income earner that's living in low-income housing here in Cheyenne, it's probably costing you a couple $100 a year. But I look over at the good senator across from me that's talking about it. Been pulling up a few houses. Teton County, it's not unusual to look at a house that's 8 million, great county next to the park where all the wealthy people live. It's not unusual to look at an $8 to $20 million house there. What are you doing for them? So the multimillionaire that moved in here lives in an $8 million house. You just changed his tax bill by 10 times what yours is. And do you think it even matters to him? Because he writes it off. The other part you need to think about on this, why do you think the values all went up? People moved here because our taxes were cheap. They came here because they didn't pay much. And I'm going to tell you, out of my district, I'm getting whining from 2 different groups, and I will catch all kinds of grief from this. 80% of them are people that have moved here in the last 5 years, and they're mad because they moved into my county because it was cheap, and they don't want to pay any taxes. There's a burden we all have to pay, and it's, it's just really hard. I'm very torn on it because for me, it's a big deal. And we're in a time in my business, we're not making money now. It's coming out of the wrong place. But I also realize you need to look into the future and understand as you get ready to do this, structural problems you may cause in your county government and in your state, because they do have to be funded and they have the same impacts that we do. So I encourage you to think about it. I'm probably going to vote at least through the first end of it. Third reading, I'd really like to find a method that we help the people that need it, which is the poor, the underserved, the needy. We talked about a constitutional amendment in the back. And I think a targeted deal towards the right people is probably a better approach. Can we do it immediately? I'm not positive. But do you refund across the board to 80% of the people or 90% so that you can benefit 2 or 3%? We really ought to look at targeting who really needs it, not making people that don't need it get a break.
Senator Beitman.
Thank you for bringing home
last questions or concerns about this bill. First of all, this bill takes into account inflation. This is just taking that piece above and beyond what Craig has forecasted for inflation. This is the cream of at the top of the ice cream cone. Just taking that off and giving it back to the people. The assessment rate on a fair market valuation is proportional. Just like your sales tax you pay every time you buy something is proportional. So yeah, you pay more if you buy a $2 million motorhome or some tour bus than you do paying a $2 Coke. That's just proportional. We don't talk about how we're going to go into sales tax to help target people who are proportionally paying too much. We don't. It's a fair tax. It's the fairest tax we have. Quite frankly, I think we should have more of a sales tax-based taxation system. It would be more equitable and fair, but we don't. People that I talk to that moved into my district, and I have a ton of them. I have a political refugee problem from people from blue states fleeing to our state, and they find my location very suitable, and they like it. They don't talk about property taxes per se. They just talk about political climate in general and why they fled, where they fled, and why they're coming here. So again, think about this as this bill already takes into account inflation. I targeted this rate for a reason because I knew the opposition was going to be coming at me. This is a cut in the rate of growth. And think long term. Like I said, your fair market values are going to continue to go up, and if we don't do anything, everybody's tax bill based on that 9.5% times your fair market value is going to go up, 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 and up, and this is not going to stop. You can lower that rate to 7.5% of your fair market value, and again, we may have to come back and drop industrial down to get within that 4% range that we are constitutionally mandated to. But as those fair market values keep climbing, and they will climb and climb and climb, that assessment rate's going to have to get lower and lower and lower, or else we're going to be paying astronomical amounts in taxes. So it's proportional, it's fair, it's broad, it's not targeted, it's not specifically carving out exemptions for one class of people over another. We're not picking winners and losers. It's across the board cut. That cut takes into account inflation already. So ask for your aye vote.
Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think probably this is by far the best tax relief bill we've seen. It's clean, it's simple, it's equitable. Probably something that's pretty doable. If we want to go home with that warm, fuzzy, look what I did, we cut taxes for you, this is probably the one we need to do. And I think a lot of us want to go home with that. But we better be ready when we get there. I'm representing 11 school districts, 5 counties, 15 municipalities. I've got to figure out how we're going to backfill where these revenues went. We got to think about that. This idea that this is something we're giving back to them is misleading. This is not something we're giving back. This is just taking hopefully a little less next year. And the year after that, it's probably going to be back where it is, and maybe the year after that, it'll be better. There's not a lot of people in this room that remembers the 60s, the 70s, when those property taxes and the home valuations were going up and up and up. And 2 years later, you couldn't give a house away. People were walking away. There's some folks up here from the county where all the beautiful coal mines are. They'll remember mid-'80s when houses were sitting empty because people walked away. You couldn't give them away. So these values will come down when this boom is over. Yeah, we're having a lovely time right now. We got $1.7 billion, but that 1.7 was not generated by home values. It was generated by minerals. Everybody in this room knows that. So this is a nice little Band-Aid. It gives us a nice warm fuzzy, but it's not a fix to the problem. We've got a real problem coming to us yet, and we've got to look further into the future. We've got to invest in the future with the money we have now. Maybe we'll have a little less next year to invest, probably. But let's look at this at what it is. It's a quick fix. It's something that's simple and easy. It is constitutional, but it's not the answer to our problems ongoing with property tax. I think we got to look further. I'm probably going to support this short term. I'd like to see where it goes, but I think we got to think a lot deeper than what we're doing. Thank you.
Senator Nethercutt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good senators, not to really, pile on, but this is a really important conversation to the people of Wyoming, as we've all identified. And so again, as I like to do, which is to reframe the issue for the body, I heard the bringer of the bill say, be prepared to fight the opposition. There is no opposition to this issue in the room. We all have individually felt an increase in our property taxes, would individually profit from passage of this bill to the tune of hundreds to thousands of dollars each at a minimum. But we know all of our constituents are impacted by the increase in property taxes. It is a burden that they are bearing, in addition to increasing inflation. The question for the Senate to consider is whether or not this is wise, not whether or not it will financially help them. Any tax cut will, obviously. That is an easy vote to take. Any suggestion otherwise is inaccurate. There's also been a woefully amount of inaccurate financial information being thrown around about how our state government is financed, which is not from these property taxes, from residents, from our constituents who are voting from us. Again, that's schools and local governments. So it's really important to remember that teacher standing in front of us this morning, the teacher of the year, for how he gets paid. And it's through these types of taxes. Again, the people are struggling, and we have a challenge in front of us which requires a great level of discretion, measure, and wisdom to understand far beyond 3 to 4 years out, 20, 30, 40, 50, potentially even longer as a result of different proposals for your budget now, which is investing a lot of that hundreds of millions of dollars into long-term investment funds, right? For the generations beyond the now, beyond the immediate gratification of all of us winning with our constituents by supporting this bill. Not one of us will be in trouble at all for voting aye on this bill. We will be heroes. And that is always tempting. So I urge great caution and a level of great debate as this continues, because it's not, again, whether or not it will help and we the people are asking for tax relief. It's whether or not it's wise and whether or not it's right for the trust that's been placed with us to make these hard decisions. That's the question. There is no opposition to the bill. It's whether or not it's the wisest decision for the people of Wyoming.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I too have been in the Wyoming Senate for a while and really appreciate the level of this debate. And I share the sentiments of my friend from the back of the room. It's important. I know it's drawing out, but this is our opportunity to talk about a very important issue for our constituents. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to push a little bit on a couple of things that I hope the body will remember as we move this bill forward, and I intend to do that. I don't know about third reading. It's a tough one. But I just want to remind the body that I used to sit here as a as a rookie and maybe a second-year senator, and I listened to some of the greats. Boy, we had some good ones here. And I remember them telling us, we need to put this money away. And they taught me the value of that. And for 16 years, that's what we've done. We have paid ourselves. So when we talk about spending, most of the time we were spending a lot of money on ourselves, Mr. Chairman. We grew that permanent mineral trust fund from 1.2 billion when I got here, and it's well over 9 billion now. So you know what that does for us? It allows us to keep property taxes at 9.5. The other thing that was brought up a little while ago that I want to just give a little different perspective on. Once again, we brought up this issue of what we have spent on schools. Well, one of the things we inherited when I got here was the fact that in the 80s and the 90s, we didn't take care of anything. So we inherited this deficit in maintenance, and it was monstrous. We had schools that were falling apart. We had buildings down here in this community that frankly hadn't been taken care of in a long time. We inherited this place, which we barely saved. It was down on the dirt by the time we decided we ought to put a new foundation under it. So we went to work and we had to spend some money. I would remind the body that none of those schools that we have laid down out there in all 48 school districts, none of those require your constituents to pay any taxes on them. We've been able to keep the taxes where they are because of some really tough decisions along the way, Mr. Chairman. Really tough ones. This is a $170 million bill. Today, if we do this, there have been a lot of line items that were 170 million that we have said, you know, let's keep our discipline. Let's be careful. Remember, it compounds. Just a couple of things to think about. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I think this has been pretty thoroughly explored. I would like to talk about the fact that it was suggested that all we're doing is kind of not reducing taxes, we're kind of reducing the rate of increase. And I challenge that, Mr. Chairman. Within the all other property class, there's different types of classes. Residential is in there, agriculture property is in there, and commercial property is in there. Also business personal property, which is a lot of equipment and things like that. I mean, huge amount. Not all those classes, I think, have gone up and had increased taxes from our local assessors. Ag is based on production, ag is, you know, one time was our second biggest industry in Wyoming. It's our third biggest industry right now, but the taxes on ag are based on production. To tell you the truth, I don't think the production values of ag have changed appreciably over time. And you guys, there are people in this room that know better than me. I know that ag could use a break. Believe me, I know it's tough. I do, but it's not rolling back or shaving a rate of increase on that industry. Commercial property is probably a mixed bag. Depending on where you are, it might be pretty good, but I don't know. A lot of our main streets are looking pretty empty. I don't know if you've noticed that. Storefronts, commercial space, I don't think it's doing real well as purchases shift to the online and you get brown trucks and towns change. So I'm speculating, but I think that commercial property hasn't seen the brunt of the increase. But I know there are exceptions. But the increase is in residential. Residential's the subject of most of the relief bills that are coming, that are flying around, which you haven't even looked at yet, but you've decided that this is the best and the cleanest, perhaps, to go ahead and put this one through without looking at those others. Well, not only does it benefit residential it benefits the other classes. Now, when you go from 9.5% to 7.5%, it's a little less than 20%. I challenge you, even on your residential property, have you had sustained increases of 20%? I don't think so. I don't think this is a rollback of the rate of increase. This is a reduction in tax rates, a reduction that makes our tax structure more in balance than it was before we did this, and puts a greater burden on the mineral industry as we go forward. I don't remember that that was what we wanted to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm standing on for this. We have to do something, folks. I've had numerous calls up in my area, 50, 60, 80% hike in 1 year, and they're just sobbing in the phone with me, crying. Just even somebody like me can get emotional when somebody on the other end is just bawling their head off because they may lose their home because they can't afford it. They're on a fixed income. We need to do something. And nobody's talked about the fact that many of these very same people have been hit with 9, 10, 11% inflation. So they're paying a whole lot more sales tax to the state. And that's a big part of our funding is sales and use taxes. Yeah, we send it all to the state, and state's generous enough to send, I think, 31% back, to the cities and towns. So they're getting hit pretty hard. The additional property tax, inflation, they're paying a lot more in sales tax. So please vote for this.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't want to belabor this either, but it's been a really good discussion to hear both sides of the coin. I looked at this bill and really kind of liked it at first, and then I looked at the fiscal note, didn't like it quite as much. And the big thing is, I know we need to do something for our folks back home. It's kind of like if you have a cough and your mom says, you've got to have some cough syrup, and you need to get rid of the cough, so you drink it and it's terrible, but might get rid of your cough. I kind of think that's what's happening here with this bill. It's going to help our folks back there in our homes, some of the ones that are struggling. The problem is, I think without having some kind of a plan to backfill for our other folks in the cities and the counties and the schools, I think I might have a hard time voting for it, because those are our constituents as well. Those are the people that pick up our trash, and those are the people that drive our school buses, and those are the people that take care of our city and county businesses, and they have jobs as well, and they have homes as well. And I actually thought maybe at one time, if this percentage maybe hadn't been quite as high, maybe if it'd been 8.5%, we had a little bit of a plan to maybe backfill part of the millions, I could get on board with it. But without any kind of a plan at all to take care of those other folks that will be affected, I don't know that I can vote for it, but thank you.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too appreciate the debate here. Certainly, as a member of the past Revenue Committee, I've listened to all the different things we've been talking about over the last interim, dealing with property tax exemptions, rebates, and what have you, to try to give relief. And then now I'm still on revenue, and I was the lone no vote on the committee. And to my other colleagues, I respect your vote, and I understand where you're going from. But to me, this bill targets the wrong people, okay? It targets everyone, right? Everyone gets relief, whether they need it or not, right? Everyone in that class, everyone gets their taxes reduced, including me. And I probably, I probably may pay more property tax than most of you. My home's 6,400 feet. It's a big home, and I pay a lot of tax. but I can afford it. I'm on a fixed income as well, but I'm fortunate in where I am. I can afford it. And I do feel for those people who can't. So I think the vehicle is not to reduce the tax on everybody, on every issue, including personal property taxes, as my good colleague said, the things that we own. I think we need to actually provide tax relief in a form of a tax refund to those who can't afford it, to the elderly, to the poor. Somehow find a constitutional way to be able to kick back money to those folks so that they can pay their taxes, or they don't have to pay as much taxes. So I think that the premise of the bill is fine, but I think it's too broadly, it relieves everybody, whether they can afford it or not. And I think the vehicle needs to be targeted to those who can't afford it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Beitman. Senator Kinski. Whoa, I'm jumping around. Wow. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, and I too join in the appreciation of this good debate and really trying to get through the issues and to be thoughtful about this. A couple of things have stood out in the debate that I wanted to raise, and a couple that maybe haven't been discussed as much as perhaps we need to contemplate. The idea that this targets everyone is where I want to start. It doesn't target everyone, because not everyone is a property owner in the state of Wyoming. Not all citizens own property. Not everyone is able to afford a home. So this is certainly a relief of taxation, but it's a relief of taxation to only those that are property owners within this property class. And so I think that's something that we should at least contemplate and recognize, is that it is not the most universal tax. As the good senator from Sheridan County pointed out, realistically, sales and use tax, that's going to be the one that's the most broad-based and general. If we wanted to provide tax relief on some basis that's going to be relatively uniform, it would probably target the sales and use tax rather than the property tax side. And that's not to say it wouldn't help to assuage the increase in the property tax, because dollars are fungible, but maybe there are some other ways that we can try and distribute in a more targeted and appropriate way. Another concern that I have that has been discussed, but I don't know if it's really been emphasized or if folks have been looking at the fiscal note, but when we look at the fiscal note, you see that it's $170 million each year basically moving forward. And so we can contemplate that that's going to be roughly the bill moving forward, depending on valuation and how that changes. But what I want to draw everyone's attention to really is where it's going up above. You've got about 110 million of that is going to the school foundation in one way or another, but 60 million is going to effectively local government of some sort. So that means that this is money that's lost for our community colleges. This is money that's lost for our counties. We don't have a way that is structured into this to make up those costs. So that means that we're going to have to come back and find some budgetary supplement, because really we're cutting the funds of local government and of programs that are already struggling to have sufficient funds. So does that mean we take the local distribution from 105 million per biennium to we'll probably have to go to about $240 million per biennium to hold harmless? That's pretty significant policy change, and I don't think that's really been discussed. So I hope everybody contemplates that. Another point, Mr. Chairman, that was hit upon early, but it gets to the federal funding. We feel like we're flush right now. And really, we know that our revenue picture, at least in the near-term future, looks pretty good. But I'd remind the body that over the past few years through CARES Act and ARPA, all in, we took around $2.25 billion of federal funds. I'll say that again, $2.25 billion of federal funds, and we're arriving at around $1 billion of surplus this year. My math doesn't say that's particularly good, right? When I think about that, I think we were pretty substantially bailed out to even break even at this point. $2.25 billion is what floated the state of Wyoming over the past few years of federal funds. Nobody wants to admit that. Nobody wants to take those federal funds, but boy, they sure came in handy. They're not coming back. There aren't more of those on the horizon. And we need to be realistic about the fact that while we do have a budget surplus right now, we were bailed out by the good fortune of, as noted earlier, perhaps some irresponsible federal spending, but it is what balanced the budget. Mr. Chairman, one further point I wanted to make that was briefly touched on, but it's a broader discussion that is actually seen in other legislation and other concerns with the fact that we do have folks buying up property in the state of Wyoming, whether that's a second home, a home for tax purposes, or what we see even more broadly is honestly investment funds buying property in the state of Wyoming, locking up that property and using it as an equity. That's one of the other things that drives up the costs. Why? Why do they target Wyoming? Well, first of all, Wyoming has beautiful lands, great resources, but the carrying cost for that land is very low because the property taxes are very low. So that means if you're buying real property in the state of Wyoming, you don't have the carrying cost associated with it, and that looks good on your balance sheet when you're an equity fund, a real estate equity fund. We already have very close to the lowest property taxes in the country, the lowest carrying cost as an investment instrument. And so, Mr. Chairman, one of the unintended consequences, and it's clearly unintended, but I think it would take place, is that we would look even more attractive to these foreign equity funds that are looking for real property to just purchase, put in the fund, lock down, and not use for any other purpose than to grow wealth someplace elsewhere. And I don't think we want that. So I'm very reticent and concerned about the idea of just lowering the flat rate from 9.5% to 7.5%, because I think that's a real concern we have looking forward, is locking down Wyoming property to those that really have no intent of being in Wyoming and are only using us for wealth generation and for tax profitability. And Mr. Chairman, the final point I wanted to add to the discussion, it does come down to the idea that we have other instruments available. And if what we want to do is provide rapid relief and perhaps directed and appropriate relief, we could honestly provide a direct distribution of some amount of funding on a one-time basis through the budget. We effectively do that now. We have our program where we provide, I think we're at $8 million, if I'm not mistaken, in this budget for property tax relief. It would be half as expensive for the next year if we simply raised this to $100 million of property tax relief on that same program. Literally, $100 million would still be minimal compared to the change here, and it would probably be incredibly meaningful to those that are actually in need, while regrettably not targeting the friends of my good colleague in Teton County who are looking for those multi-million-dollar savings. So we have other instruments. We can be direct. We can use a scalpel rather than a hammer. This is a hammer, and I'm concerned really that once we release this instrument, there's no bringing it back. I agree with what was stated earlier that, yeah, the only thing harder than lowering taxes perhaps in this chamber is raising them back up again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Dockstetter.
Can you hear me? There we go. We've got a little different situation out in the far west. I can see how this will help, but we've got a situation that's not going to change. This will bring some relief. We're still looking at scenarios where a regional cost adjustment will help state employees. We're looking at constructing housing for those who work in the state or other things that are associated with government or quasi-government. Because our situation's not going away. People have dropped in there. I don't know if they're political refugees or whatever they are, but they bring in a lot of money and they're just buying it. No problem. Pay whatever the expense will be. We'll give them some, with this, we'll give them some property tax relief. We need to get the property tax relief to others. That may be coming in something that's a constitutional amendment. We can find a more targeted way. So at this point, I'm saying probably go with this, but we have a much bigger, longer picture. We've got a more complicated picture out west. And all of us in this room have to face what the good chair of corporations warned us about. We've got a changing energy picture, and that will change a lot of what Committee 2 deals with in the coming years. So keep that in mind, folks. It's going to be a different scenario, and all of us are trying, I'm trying to figure that out as we move through that changing energy picture. But the income of this state will change rapidly in the coming years, and we simply need to be better prepared for that. This will fix it for now, but think of the long term, folks, long term. Thanks.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, debate so far has centered on the premise of what happens if we pass the bill as it stands right now. And that's appropriate. The bill has some real advantages, has some disadvantages. It is perhaps the cleanest way to handle the need for property tax relief. What I'm going to speak to you now is to address the decision we're going to have to make in a few minutes. That's to pass it through committee of the whole, so it can go on to second and third reading. And I'm going to strongly urge the Senate to pass it through committee of the whole. I can identify at least two creative ways to compromise the issue without endangering the principle that is involved here, Mr. Chairman. And I think we need to let this one go forward to third reading and make our final judgment on third reading when we have one that has worked its way through that much of the process and is in a final form. So let me urge you very strongly to pass the bill today, let it go forward to third reading, and then let's see what we've got there, and then make the balance on the risks and the rewards in this bill. Question.
Senator Kinsky.
Thank you. I've been on appropriations for 5 years. That entire time it's been drudgery, misery, and despair. The assignments that I were given were the least desirable assignments. Cutting Medicaid, cutting mental health, cutting substance abuse, cutting developmentally disabled aid. Even cut books for the blind at one point. If I seriously thought this relief bill was going to put us back in the soup like that, I would not have brought it. But I don't think that it's going to lead to any catastrophic results. Let's back up a little bit. What we're talking about is a partial reduction in one class of property tax. So let's say it's roughly $100 million over a $3 billion budget. You're talking about 0.03%. I hope I didn't embarrass myself with my math, but I think that's right. So if you take a look at where the surplus came from, at least on the general fund side, 72% of it came from federal mineral royalties, severance taxes, 19% from sales and use taxes, other 9%. And this class of property tax is a subset of that 9%. The school foundation program, mineral taxes accounted for 47% of the excess, federal mineral royalties 20%, non-mineral property taxes of all kinds 18%. And again, this class is a subset of that. So we're not talking about wiping out everything. We still get our mineral severance taxes. We still get our federal mineral royalties. We still get our industrial property tax. We still get our sales tax, our use tax, our federal funds. That's all there. We're talking about a percentage reduction in one type. Now, in that 5 years, this $100 million, to put it in perspective, the University of Wyoming has applied for $150 million for a new pool, to remodel the stadium, and to finish the dorms. Half again as much as the relief we're talking about here. In the budget, $39 million to tear down the old hospital. This is half of what a new office building in Casper cost. When you get the budget, you'll see $100 million biennial raise for employees. They deserve it. But easily, the $100 million is on a par with that in terms of what is worthy of consideration. And you'll see another $50 million in additional ongoing expenses, by the way, all of which I'll oppose for the reasons you've heard here on the floor. I mean, fiscal rectitude is in order, but so is giving back an increase that is unmerited because of a run-up in property taxes. So in perspective, I think we can safely do this. If I thought we couldn't safely do it, I would not have brought the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Beitman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I do get the last word since it's my bill, so. Some answers. We heard that the all other category does consist of ag. Ag went up 34 million from 2019 to 2022 in valuation. Residential went up 2.3 billion, as I said, Mr. Chairman. And commercial went up another 437 million in that time frame. So they all went up. Is it wise to do this? I believe so. Like the good chairman of appropriations said, we wouldn't have brought this bill if we thought it was dangerous or put the state in any sort of peril. So it is wise. Why does it target everyone? Because it's constitutional. That's why we haven't been able to get anything done, because of that pesky little constitution that my good friend from Bates Creek helped get this tightened down. So our options are limited as to how we do this constitutionally. Now, as I said at my opening, this isn't the one-stop shop, end-all be-all tax bill. This provides immediate short-term relief, the only way we can do it, while we work on long-term structural reform. And as your committee chairman of revenue, Mr. Chairman, I give you my word that we will work on long-term structural reform. That may include constitutional amendments if they don't pass this year. It may include an all-the-above approach, but we will get the work done. But this is the Band-Aid, the temporary fix, the easy fix, the constitutional fix. And I ask for your vote.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Do I hear a question? All right. Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Beitman's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with recommendation that Senate file number 136 do pass, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. Senate file 136 is passed the Committee of the Whole. Oh, I gotta do more here. Pursuant to, no. I think we're good. Okay. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 109. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 109, Prohibiting Chemical Abortions, sponsored by Senator Salazar, an act relating to abortions, was referred to Committee Number 10, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Barlow, Bouchard, Dockstader, and Hutchings. No, Senator Baldwin. Senator Baldwin, Chairman.
I move that the committee of the whole stand at ease to the sound of the gala here at 5 o'clock. Till 5 o'clock, we're coming back in and we're going to take a little break here.
Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Stand at ease.
Hey,
Call Committee of the Whole back to order. The next bill for our consideration, I'll repeat it again, is Senate File 109. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 109, Prohibiting Chemical Abortions, an act relating to abortions, prohibiting chemical abortions, sponsored by Senator Salazar, was referred to Committee Number 10, which adjourned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Barlow, Bouchard, Dockstader, and Hutchings. No, Senator Baldwin. Senator Baldwin, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Baldwin?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Anderson.
The Appropriations Committee needs to meet. With your permission, we're going to excuse ourselves and go upstairs to meet with staff. Thank you.
Thank you for the announcement. We have a quorum, so we'll continue. Senator Baldwin.
And I would include that one of our members of Appropriations has to present this bill, so we're not letting him go. Yeah.
Perfect.
I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, to do so with the recommendation of Senate File 109, Prohibition of Chemical Abortion, do pass. And for explanation of that bill, I can reach the senator who's going to present it, Senator Salazar.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members of the Senate, I guess we're earning our $150 today with taxes and now this. I bring you Senate File 109, which is not new to you. This was discussed a year ago, and I will tell the honorable senators that not a single period has changed in this bill. Nothing has changed in this bill. 2/3 of you supported it and voted for it last year. I think almost half of you are co-sponsors of the bill. I could spend a good deal of time talking about this bill, but this is one of the few issues, good senators, where I'm not here to try and change your views. We all assume that when you get to the state Senate, that you have a view on this issue. So I'm not here to change your views. I'm not here to ask you to do something differently than you did before. This is a bill that I bring forward because Pro-Life Wyoming wanted me to. I don't know of a single pro-life organization in the state that does not support this. But nothing has changed from a year ago. And I appreciate the support of those who decided to put their name on this bill. I'm going to very briefly go tell you of this bill, and I'll be very brief because it has been spoken of before. We had a spirited debate a year ago. It's a 4-page bill. This bill does only one thing. It prevents the use of 4 drugs being used for the sole purpose of performing an abortion. Period. That's all it does. It does not prevent contraception. It prevents prosecution of a woman who receives an abortion. It allows the treatment of miscarriage. And here's the compromise that I was willing last year to put in the bill. It allows abortion in the cases of rape, incest, and protecting the life of the mother. I have gone the full 9 miles to still keep this a pro-life bill and accommodate those who had concerns. And that's why 2/3 of you voted for it a year ago. That's why half of you are co-sponsors on the bill. And that's why others of you have come up to me, because I wasn't able to get you in time, saying that you support the bill. That's what it does. It's not new. You voted on it 3 times last year. I made it very clear during the committee hearings that the best way to deal with this issue was to not change a period. I believe that this is supported by this chamber. I also believe with the compromises that were put on this bill, I believe it'll find success down the hall. If you look at the bill itself, page 2. Page 2, starting with line 11, has the exceptions. Page 4 of the bill, the last page of the bill, starting with line 10, has the names of the 4 drugs. There it is. That's it. I stand for any questions.
Question being called. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I continue to have the concerns on the legislation that I had in the past, which certainly isn't with the views of those proponents of the legislation, my good friends and colleagues that support this, and that these are closely held beliefs, and this is in support of those closely held beliefs. I share the viewpoint of my colleague from Fremont County, the sponsor of this bill, that I don't have any interest in changing anyone's mind or beliefs or values or religious views or anything else with regard to this issue, this topic, and this legislation. And that has never been my concern. I honestly think that everybody I've ever met is pro-life. I don't know anyone who's not. Everyone wants living, loving, happy people in warm, compassionate, empathetic, caring families and good outcomes. The challenge is the situation where that is not what's on the horizon. That's not the path that someone is on. What we do as a government versus what we do as individuals. And Mr. Chairman, those are 2 very different things. We can have beliefs. We can have our spiritual beliefs, our closely held values, and it doesn't necessarily mean that somebody that has different views and values are bad or evil if they don't share them. Our country was founded on religious freedom and diversity of ideas and free expression. Our Constitution in the state of Wyoming makes it very clear that we're to treat all people equally and respect that diversity of views. The challenge that legislation like this brings is that it is legislating one viewpoint over the top of another viewpoint and saying ours is right because we have more people on our team. It's really what it comes down to. And so this is a restriction on the freedom of those that do not share the closely held beliefs of the proponents, which really is around 25+% of the state. Honestly, it might even be up to 50% of the state in terms, we see opinion polls, but I can certainly speak on behalf of the 25% of the state that theoretically shares my political affiliation as leader of the minority party that doesn't want this bill. And it's not that there's any desire to convince anyone that supports this bill, once again, that you're wrong or that you shouldn't hold this belief or that you shouldn't personally make choices that are consistent with this bill. The concern, Mr. Chairman, is that this requires all of those people that don't share these religious views and closely held beliefs, makes them all do the same thing and have to adhere to a law that requires that they abide by those closely held beliefs, which is a restriction on freedom. It's as big as government gets, we're not helping anyone. We're creating effectively more big government. And we don't need to. Because again, without this bill, all of the proponents of this bill could follow this bill. It's the beauty of the freedom that we have right now. Everyone who's named on this bill can have these rights right now. You do. No one will force this upon anyone. The thing this does, the only thing this does, is take away the freedom of those that don't want to be signed on to this bill. I don't know why we need more of that government. We don't need less freedom, Mr. Chairman. We don't need more government. We don't need these issues and this divisivity to be the dominant work that we do. We need to respect each other, respect our differences, and let people make their own choices. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against.
Senator McEwen.
I'll be brief. I know everybody wants to get to the vote on this. You know, we throw the terms around, anybody who supports this does it for religious reasons. We throw the terms freedom and liberty around in a wide swath. But what we fail to define is at what point in time is it a human life? Some of us say at conception, some of us say there's this thing out there, viability, whatever you believe. But at the end of the day, it's really not necessarily religion. And if you believe that that's a baby from conception or even viability, and you want to talk liberty and freedom, the baby has liberty and freedom too, because it's a human being. The only difference is the baby doesn't get to talk. So sometimes when we say this is a choice, it's not a choice for a living human being inside a womb. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I will not try to match the eloquence of the distinguished minority floor leader. But I do rise, and I'm not going to try to change anybody's mind. I think everybody's pretty well minded up. I do rise to say I am forced to vote against this bill because my church believes that it is the right of the mother to choose in these matters. And it's really held on a deep belief as to when a fetus becomes a person. And that's a religious matter. I don't want to argue about religion, but I do say this bill violates the fundamental principles of freedom of religion because it imposes the view of a majority set of religions on those of us who happen to be in the minority. Mr. Chairman, I also want to raise one other question, and that is, do some of these drugs that are identified here have other uses that will be probably unavailable because the drug companies will be afraid to sell the drugs because they aren't sure how they might get used and what might happen. And are we going to cost some lives that way? And I've heard that that might be the case, and I don't know. So I raise that question. But I am a no vote on this bill because of the beliefs of my church.
Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, like you and everybody else, I think not a single vote waivers on anything we say. And so I just want to say it's been represented that these drugs are dangerous and harmful, and they're very safe, extremely safe, Mr. Chairman. And You know, myself, I'm kind of missing something, Mr. Chairman. I miss the old Wyoming. I miss the live and let live Wyoming. The Wyoming that took liberty seriously and said that you can live your life as long as you don't interfere with mine. I miss that very much. But I also miss truth. And when people represent that something is dangerous when it's not, and say it over and over again, I don't think that's right. There are religious concerns. There are faiths that look at this very differently. There are parts of the Christian religion that look at this very differently. So I'll be a no vote. I'm anxious to get out of here tonight, and so let's get going.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the body's desire to get out of here. It's been a long day. We've all been working hard, but this is a serious issue. And I honestly it really hurts my heart when we have big issues like this and the immediate is question. We already know how we're going to vote. We deserve to talk about this. The women who will be affected in Wyoming deserve a conversation and to hear what we're thinking about it. So I just want to offer that to the body. This is a big deal, not something we should hurry through because we all want to get to dinner. I do have questions. The presentation of the bill was, you've seen it before, but we have new members in here who haven't had that debate. I think our decorum requires that we not talk about how many co-sponsors, how many people as an attempt to try and influence it. We're really supposed to be talking about what's in the bill. So I do have questions. I don't know what misoprostol, I can't pronounce these, mifeprex, mifegene, all of these drugs. I don't know what they are. And it would be nice in the bill explanation if we had some discussion about that. What kind of synthetic drugs or similar drugs are being dispensed? Mr. Chairman, if we're going to bring these bills and we're going to consider them, they deserve to be talked about. And committee of the whole is when we do that. So I'm sorry that it's 5:15 and people are hungry, but I have questions and would like more information on the actual substance of what's in this bill.
Senator Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to address a couple of the medical concerns that have been brought up. One question was, do these medications have other purposes? And they do. One of these medications is called, another name for it is Cytotec. They use it for inductions in, for labor, induction in labor. But if you look on page 2, I think beginning on line 4, it says transfer or use any chemical abortion drug in the state for the purposes of procuring or performing an abortion. So right here in the bill, we have this provision that these medications would still be able to be used for their intended purposes when these drugs were first put out on the market. To the senator back in the corner, talking about the safety of these drugs, I guess they're safe unless you're that unborn baby.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because the safety was brought up, and I've been grappling with this this issue in another bill, but I didn't run it this time. A chemical abortion has a complication rate of 4 times that of a surgical abortion. As many as 1 out of 5 women will suffer complications. 3 out of 7 of every 100 women who choose a chemical abortion early in pregnancy will need follow-up care to finish the abortion, with as many as 10 to 7% or 7 to 10% needing follow-up care. As many as 15% will experience a hemorrhage and 2% will have an infection. The risk of incomplete abortion and infection increases with the age of the baby. And on and on and on. So there are real risks with this. I just wanted to express that. Thank you.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to walk through and make sure I understand how this works. I understand, like, when looking at page 2, paragraph A on line 1, it said, notwithstanding any other provision of law, no person shall manufacture, distribute, prescribe, dispense, sell, transfer. I'm just curious on the manufacturing piece. I don't know that we have any manufacturers of these particular substances in Wyoming. So I'm just wondering how that works with this prohibition when it's not tied to actual use. If it's going to be allowed for other, purposes that we just heard about, and I appreciate that my colleague from Laramie County providing that information, how a manufacturer would know in their lab whether or not that would eventually end up for a chemical abortion or something else. So I don't know if we just need to rethink some of that language on line 2 to say, maybe remove the word manufacture or distribute, but certainly prescribe, dispense, sell, or transfer. I don't know, Mr. Chairman, that's the thing I'm trying to think through how that works.
Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just feel like I need to rise to answer a couple of questions here. And it was very good of my colleague from Laramie County to answer some of those questions. The further answer to that is, there's a number of uses for these drugs. And I challenge the sponsor to pronounce the drug, and he hasn't done it yet, but he will before the day is over. Misoprostol. Anyway, and the answer to that is there's a number of other uses, and one of those other uses is completing an incomplete abortion or a miscarriage. The danger is not, it's very explicit in the bill about they're only illegal if they're used for the abortion, for an elective abortion, and that's very clear. What isn't so clear and what the medical folks talk to us about, and the reason I was a no vote, is the likelihood that if this bill goes through and if the courts clear, the anti-abortion, that the manufacturers of these drugs, the pharmacists, the pharmacies, are going to be reluctant to fill a prescription for these drugs because they have no way of knowing whether that doctor is going to use them for, a legal use or an illegal use. And the likelihood is that those drugs will become less and less available to the practitioner. And that has a number of domino effects, and that's a chilling effect, and that worries me. I think the bill is very clear about saying that those drugs are illegal in the use for abortion, but it doesn't address what's going to happen if those drugs become unavailable down the road. And I think that's a very likely presentation, that those drugs are going to become hard to get. You'll probably see less pharmacies with them. You'll see them less available in the market. And I just thought that was needed as an explanation. Those drugs are used for a number of things other than just abortion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? If not, are you ready for the question? Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Baldwin's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with a recommendation that Senate File Number 109 do pass, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Senate File 109 is passed the Committee of the Whole. Majority Floor Leader. Privilege granted. Ooh.
Mr. Chairman, any member out here can call for the question. Any member can do that at any number of times, whether other members don't like it or not. Mr. Chairman, my job as your majority floor leader is to try to manage over 200 bills that have been filed in the Senate, over 200 bills. And so if it seems like I'm trying to hurry on, those are your bills, folks, that are going to die if we have continued endless debate over and over again. So if we want to debate, we can. I'm just trying to say, look, if there's situations here that we can help move this process on, let's move it on. So we can get out of here early on Fridays, so we can get everybody's bills ran in and we can debate them. That's my job. I'll do the best of my ability, but anybody out here can call for question on a bill. So that's just the way the process works. I would appreciate it if people have concerns with the way the process is running, that they would come and talk to me about that, and we'll try to work something out to facilitate that everybody gets an opportunity to talk on every bill. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the privilege of the floor.
Thank you. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 134. Will the reading clerk read the bill, please?
Senate File 134, Right to Farm Real Estate Disclosures, sponsored by Senator Bouchard, an act relating to property and agriculture. Was referred to Committee Number 5, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators French, Hicks, Kolb, and Steinmetz. No, Senator Ide. Senator Steinmetz, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator French? Ooh.
Is to report, that do so with the recommendation that Senate File 134 to pass. And to explain this bill, I call on Senator Bouchard.
Senator Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring to you for introduction Senate File 134 and ask for your favorable consideration. This is a bill on for real estate disclosures, which is a legal document that discloses what could be potential defects in a real estate transaction. There is an amendment.
There is a standing committee amendment.
We have that read in?
Yes, would you please read that in?
Senate File 134, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 3, line 9, delete.
Senator Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would like to go over the bill before we even dispose of the amendment. So if you look on page 1, go to line 3, it's a property disclosure statement. If you go to page 2, you'll see that we reference Wyoming law on property disclosure statements. What the purpose of this bill is that when people come into Wyoming, and it's not an if, it is when, because it is happening, and they don't understand the agricultural nature of our state, that there could be challenges to what their neighbor is doing. And this happens, there are several lawsuits across the nation that have happened. And they turn into even trespass lawsuits for water that has moved on to another property becomes a trespass lawsuit. Thankfully, on a lot of these lawsuits, they've been pushed back, Mr. Chairman. And it's because of laws that are in place that have the right to farm. In many of these states, there was a disclosure given at the time the property transferred. So the bottom line is that the buyer couldn't say, I didn't know. And they understood what the implications of having the right to farm were. I'd like to go over the amendment real quick. And if you look at what the amendment does, it turns it into a buyer acknowledgement. So if you look right here, we have, so I want to go to page 3 and look at the bill. Seller shall provide any prospective buyer in writing a property disclosure statement. It's on page 3, starting on line 2. The amendment strikes everything on page 3, line 11, over to, and everything on page 4, which is part of the disclosure. These are very specific, what could be considered defects. And I have a real estate license, and I think these are very important because what we're telling them is things like, healthy agriculture sector has a rural character that does certain things. Customary agriculture practices in farm and ranch operations may include, but are not limited to, noise, odors, dust, light, insects, light from tractors. Tractors run all times of the night. Pumps, machinery, storage and disposal of manure, bee pollination, and ground or aerial application of fertilizers, pesticides, or herbicides. These are agricultural practices that may occur at any time during a 24-hour period. I mean, these are things that we tell the buyer. So there is no secret to what could happen within that agricultural land. What the amendment does is
Senator Bouchard, before you talk on the amendment, it needs moved.
I'm going to challenge the amendment, Mr. Chairman, so I don't need to move the amendment.
Okay, continue. Majority Floor Hicks.
Chairman, I think if there's any discussion on the amendment, it would need to be moved, but you can at any point in time ask for a rule, but I do think we have to have the amendment on the floor for discussion before you can actually challenge something. So I believe the amendment needs to be read in, and then at that point in time, then it belongs to the floor, and a member then can challenge that under our rules. So we can't challenge something I don't believe that's not been on the floor.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it has been read in, it hasn't been moved, and it also hasn't been introduced and discussed, and since the bill has been discussed, it might be in order then for the good committee chair to move it, raise the concerns, and then the discussion can begin pursuant to what the majority floor leader said. Thank you.
Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, couldn't the motion be do not pass? Do we have to say a do pass motion on an amendment? If he doesn't like the amendment, why can't he just say, I move that it do not pass?
It's not his amendment.
Okay.
It's the committee's. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe if he doesn't like the amendment, he can move the amendment and ask us to vote no. We do that all the time.
It's the committee's
I
amendment.
can move the amendment,
Yes.
and he can ask us to vote no. If you'd like me to move the amendment.
Please.
Would you like to? Okay. So let me find it. I move standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 134 and ask for your favorable consideration. Would you like me to explain the amendment since it is a standing committee amendment, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What the amendment does, and the good senator already referred to that, it basically takes out the property disclosure, the notice of right to farm, and inserts our own Wyoming state law that we have. We had some testimony last night that they felt like we were saying Wyoming is dirty and noisy and stinky, and they felt a little bit concerned about having to give a disclosure like that when meeting with people. So if you recall, good senators, when we passed 1144-103 and 1144-104, the right to farm, and I'm just going to read that to you. Notwithstanding any other provision of law, a farm or ranch operation shall not be found to be a public or private nuisance by reason of that operation if that farm or ranch operation conforms to generally accepted agricultural management practices and existed before the change in the land use adjacent to the farm or ranch, or the land or farm or ranch operation would not have been a nuisance before the change in land use or occupancy occurred. 104 says, to protect agriculture as a vibrant part of the economy of Wyoming, the rights of farmers and ranchers to engage in farm or ranch operations shall be forever guaranteed in this state. Nothing in this section shall be construed to modify any provision of common law or statutes relating to trespass, eminent domain, existing or previously enacted laws or rules, or any other property rights. As used in this section, farm and ranch operations includes any farm or ranch practice organized as generally accepted under the previous 1144-103 and any agricultural or livestock management practice recognized as generally accepted under provisions 1129-115. And basically, in the committee, we felt like that was strengthening the bill because it's inserting existing law, it's disclosing to people coming in that we have the right to farm, those rights are protected, and it isn't quite as cumbersome as the entire notice of right to farm. So that is the reason and the amendment. And we felt we strengthened the bill. So I will yield to the good bringer of the bill now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Bouchard. It should be up, but it's not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I first went to real estate class in my 20s, and I later went again. I have a license. And one of the things that everybody has drilled into my head from the time I first went to real estate class is don't write an addendum unless it's in simple English so people can understand it. Because if you write it like the way they just talked about it, then you're practicing law. And that's really stuck with me, because if you look at what was just talked about on the floor, they have to go get a lawyer. And what my bill does, it's a disclosure. So that's a legal document in a real estate transaction where the seller is handing a document to the buyer, and it would say on that document, and if you look at page 3, you can start reading it at line 12. It says where this property is located. Accordingly, the property may be subject to inconvenience and discomfort resulting from agricultural operations that are normal and a necessary aspect of living in the community with a strong rural character. It goes on, but nevertheless, it's a simply written statement that anybody can pick up and read and understand. By contrast, if you look at the amendment says buyer acknowledges Wyoming's right to farm statutes, and then it has the statute numbers which state a preference for and protects agricultural land uses. Well, that would be great if a lawyer wanted to look up what that all means and what court cases say, but this is a disclosure, not a buyer acknowledgement on the bill. So I'm asking, Mr. Chairman, for a ruling and using Senate Rule 11.6, scope of amendments. Pursuant to Article 3, Section 20 of the Wyoming Constitution, no bill shall be altered or amended on its passage through the Senate as to change its original purpose. And the purpose of my bill is to make a real estate disclosure. The purpose of the amendment is to make a buyer's acknowledgement, both two separate legal documents. And my bill does not have that second legal document, a buyer's acknowledgement in the bill, in the title or in the tagline. Thank you.
I don't know what to do here. Minority Floor Leader Rothfuss.
Thank you. So in its first order, it is up to you. It isn't debatable. It's a rule, at least I believe it's not debatable. We can have our chief clerk double check, but I think it's not debatable at this point. It would be up to you, based on the ruling request, to decide whether it is or is not an appropriate amendment pursuant to Rule, you'll see, you want to read Rule 11.6? Rule 11.6? 11.6? Is 11.6? Yes. Okay. And it's just a ruling of the chair at this point. You make the call. And
The ruling from the chair, in my opinion, is that it has taken the main purpose of the bill out of it. And I would agree with the bringer.
sustain the appeal.
I sustain the appeal then.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, so you would rule then that the amendment is out of order?
The amendment is out of order.
Now, Sherry.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would appeal to the Rules Committee.
All right. I guess we'll take a recess and have the Rules Committee deal with this. Oh, my. Stand at ease till the sound of the gavel. Committee will come back to order. The Rules Committee sustained the ruling of the chair by a vote of 3-2 and determined that the amendment alters the original intent of the bill. We're back on the bill. On the bill. The amendment has been ruled out of order. We're back on the bill. Any other further discussion on the bill? If not, I hear a question being called. All those in favor of Senators French's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with recommendation that Senate File 134 do pass, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Senate File 134 has passed the Committee of the Whole. Majority Floor Leader. You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion carries.
Nice job with your notes. All right. Hey, everybody. Let's have a hand for the chairman. Very nice job, Senator Larson. I got to finish. Hey, we get it. He does the journal unbelievably well. Reading clerk will read the Committee of the Whole report.
Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole, having had under considerations bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. Senate File 117, do pass amended. Senate File 33, do pass. Senate File 113, do pass amended. Senate File 137, do pass amended. Senate File 62 failed to pass Committee of the Whole and was indefinitely postponed. Senate File 136, do pass. Senate File 109, do pass. Senate File 134, do pass. Senator Larson, Chairman.
Senator Larson.
Mr. President, I move the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
Is that the right one? Okay.
Did I not read it right?
You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carried and the report has been adopted. Senator Barlow. All right, well, the stretch got on TV, so you're there. Standing committee report.
February 25, 2023. Mr. President, your Committee Number 9, Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, to whom is referred Senate File 127, Wyoming Stable Token Act, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Cooper, Dockstader, Ellis, Jones, and Rothfuss. Senator Dockstader, Chairman.
Mr. Majority Floor Leader, that clears the desk.
Mr. President, I move we stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow, Thursday, January 26th.
Are there any announcements? Senator Case.
Mr. President, thank you. I previously announced the corporation meetings tomorrow. They actually came out as two separate announcements. So, but it's because we have a meeting at 7 a.m. and then another one at 12:30. So, welcome corporations. Get a good night's sleep. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we get that good night's sleep, Transportation will meet upon adjournment in about 10 minutes in Capitol Extension Room W2 online to consider Senate File 141, Transportation Technology Transfer Center Program Funding, and Senate Joint Resolution 5, Air Force 75th Anniversary.
Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just an early announcement for Friday morning. Your Committee of Labor and Health will meet at 7:30 a.m. to hear 4 bills: Senate File 80, Visitation Rights, Senate File 43, EMS Districts, Senate File 111, Child Abuse Change of Sex, and Senate Joint Resolution 10, Right of Healthcare Access Constitutional Amendment. Eat a good breakfast with lots of caffeine.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Senate Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources Committee will meet tomorrow at 8:30 rather than 8. We only have 2 bills in the Capitol Extension Room W2, and online the 2 bills will be Senate Joint Resolution 7, Support for Taiwan, and Senate File 178, Mountain Lion Pursuit Seasons.
Thank you. Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Minerals Committee, number 9, will meet Friday, January 27th, 15 minutes after the noon recess, Capitol Extension Room number 4, to discuss Senate File 154, Energy Authority Project Financing Refineries, and Senate File 156, Oil and Gas Forest Pooling Good Faith Negotiations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Biteman.
Okay, we might have an overbooking situation here. Mr. President, your committee number 3, Revenue, will meet tomorrow, Thursday, January 26th, 30 minutes upon noon recess in Capitol Extension Room, W4, perhaps? Oh, you're Friday. Okay, we are back. We're usually in 6, but we're going to be in 4 to take up the following bills: Senate File 110, Personal Property Tax Exemption, and Senate File 101, Wyoming Legal Tender Act Amendments. Thank you.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee number 5, Agricultural, State and Public Lands and Water Resources Committee, will meet tomorrow on adjournment in Capitol Extension Room 2 and online to hear the following bill: Senate File 170, specifying additional beneficial uses of water, and hopefully a few more bills will be added. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. For all of you, back to what the great senator was referring to, everybody pay attention for your bills and your committees. We will be doing a lot of re-referrals tomorrow morning. First thing, we've got some workload differences. So you're going to see some bills go to committees you don't normally see them go to, and your bill may not be in the committee that it was assigned to. So just so everybody's awake, we'll try to get a list put together of those, but there's numbers of them. We've got 3 committees with almost no bills, and the rest of the committees have a pile of bills. So we're going to shorten some of the loads up and swap them around. We've done great work. We're about to do the last reading of the bills in, and the Senate's going to have their desk cleared up. You guys have done really a nice job. So thank all of you. You guys have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate will stand adjourned till 10 a.m. Thursday, 1/26/23.